Hi. Thanks that we can present here. We're very happy and honored to join the Blockchain Game Alliance. And yeah, I would like to tell you something about our project called Kudo. Let's share my screen. Okay. Yeah, I'm here to present our gaming platform Kudo. It's created by a company I established together with a Portuguese business partner of mine called João. And after the crypto boom of 2017, which which was quite crazy, we saw a lot of projects were actually being promised but not delivered, and a lot of money was collected for projects that basically never happened. So we decided we wanted to do this in a different way and actually start developing first, work towards proof of concepts, and then launch and see if we need any further investment. And our main project we're working on right now is Kudo. This is our team. So we started 3 years ago and have been developing the Kudo platform, also some other projects, and a showcase game. But first, more about Kudo. Yeah, what we see happening is that in gaming, you have the situation that gamers, they want a fun game. And yeah, they're willing to pay money for that. So this is a pretty simple transfer money for fun, basically. But of course, this is an ideal situation, and this is not how it works. What actually happens is, yeah, game developers have a hard time of earning money. That's on the one hand because they have to go through certain platforms or distributors that take a lot of the income. Also, with their low income, they're forced to basically make the game less fun. They introduce things like loot boxes, for example, but also ads. And this leads to the situation where, yeah, when you're a gamer, you have to pay a lot of money, but you get a game that's less fun and sometimes even ads in it. And also you have to give your data away to advertisers. So we don't believe this is the ideal situation. So yeah, we see these issues for game developers. They have a problem of how to get paid, how to get paid enough. Especially smaller developers have a hard time starting. You have to fund a game beforehand, put a lot of time and effort into it, and then you have to see if it works out. So this is a really tough business. And then even if it's very successful, sometimes you don't get a lot of the profits. Next to that, with the low funding, it's a very competitive market and it's hard to attract new players. Of the new players, the engagement is low. There are so many games to choose from that the bounce rate is quite high. Somebody tries out a game and then quickly leaves. The advertising makes the game less fun, and also it's very hard to connect to other game developers and professionals. So it's hard to find better graphic designers, for example, to make your game better. So it's a really difficult business, especially when you're just starting out. Yeah, we think it should be fun. Of course, we see a lot of initiatives that are about play to earn. So you play a game and you can earn money. And we want to flip this around. We want gamers to be able to earn to play. So how does this work? We have a rewarding mechanism that game developers can implement in their games. And for the amount of time that gamers play in a game, the gamer gets coins that are newly generated, tokens, and the game developer gets coins from, on the one hand, the amount of gamers that are playing in the game of the developer. So if you have a very successful game, you will earn coins for all those players. And of course, those players, they want to spend the coins. They're going to use it for in-app purchases. And next to that, we also allow the game developers to use all these earned tokens to actually hire professionals. We'll also have a place where you can find professionals that are willing to work in return for Kudo to help you out. So it's a proof of gameplay rewarding mechanism. We use a cross-game token called Kudo that is running on the Telos network, which is similar to EOS, for example. We have an easy to implement SDK. Currently, we service only Unity games, but in the future we will also service other game engines. And important, we think game developers should worry about gaming, so no blockchain experience is required. We take care of everything. So our target groups are gamers, game developers, and service providers. So what we offer is, a crypto reward for in-game time and performance. So gamers are more engaged and are also able to earn something from the time they invested in a game, and they can use this also in other games that use our tokens. So time is basically never wasted. So you might give it a bit more time to see how it works, to see if you can earn some tokens, but then mostly, if you can find things to spend it on. We think this is a better alternative than in-game advertisement. We think it makes sense to have in-game advertisements when it's really hard to earn money the normal way. And we want to firstly supplement the earnings of game developers, but in the future, it would be nice if game ads are not necessary if you earn enough via our platform. So of course, it's crypto, so it also comes with immediate and easy peer-to-peer payments. And you can benefit from the Kudo ecosystem where all these games are in it. So there will be cross referrals. You'll be able to see other games that use this. So you can benefit from each other's success. As I said, we will also offer a link to service providers that can help you out with all these things that as a game developer, you don't want to worry about. Well, in order to showcase this, of course, we want game developers to implement it, but we also wanted the full experience ourselves. So we created a game called Blocks the Game. And it's a tower defense game where each level explains how a specific blockchain works. So for starters, it's about getting more people to understand blockchain, of course, but also to showcase our tooling. So this is something, it's in the testing phase. You can become a tester. You can try this out, see how it works. And also we will release this in the future as a way for people that are new to blockchain to understand it. Currently, we have 14 games that are implementing our platform, and our next steps will be, we currently have a working alpha version of the platform. We have a test net with over 2,000 users. We want to go to a main net in the second quarter of this year. We have a working showcase game, so you can really try it out and see how it works in game. And we're currently considering funding opportunities, but I cannot share anything about that at the moment. We will have PC game support coming. For now, it's mostly mobile. We will offer things like crowd testing games. We will use Kudo as a sort of incentive for people to test out games that are not that good yet. We have this gaming services marketplace. We will have a wallet later this year, and non-fungible tokens are, of course, a logical next step. We've had quite some media attention already, so that's very nice to see. I would really love it if you try out our SDK, if you go to our dashboard and see how it works, see if you can perhaps implement it in your game. And try out Blocks, the game. Get on the testing list. It's a really fun game. If you like tower defense games, you will certainly love this. And if you want like your nephew to understand the blockchain, or your grandma, of course, this game is the way to go. So thanks for your time. You can find us on the socials, and have a nice day.
Hello, and welcome to a game called Mind Scanners. This is not a completely blind playthrough. I did see 2 episodes of Markiplier playing through it, just enough to get me interested in the game, which it definitely did. So this is a dystopian psychological game. So it's very different from what I've normally put on my channel, but it looked very interesting, and well, let's get to it. Greetings, citizen. As you are well aware, your daughter is now in the care of the structure. She has been placed in quarantine at the Zignaoka Institute as she has shown signs of a highly contagious mental illness. Details of her condition are classified, but we assure you that she is in good hands. For normality and the mind, the structure. Request to visit your daughter denied. To access the Zignoka Institute, you must be a mind scanner with a level 3 citizenship. We understand your concern, but there is no need to worry. For your inconvenience, your daily maintenance is reduced by 2 kapuk structure. Congratulations, you have been accepted to the Mind Scanners program. Enclosed is the needed equipment for the job. This includes a radio phone through which you will receive further instructions. The constructor thanks you for your service. For normality and the mind, the structure. Boop. Greetings, Mind Scanner. Your duty is to diagnose and treat anomalous citizens of the structure. Okie dokie. For each completed treatment, you will receive 15 kapuk. If you can't pay maintenance at the end of each day, you will be exiled from the structure and thrown into the outer zone. I'm assuming I don't want that. This map of the structure shows citizens who have shown signs of strange behavior. Look, a citizen is in need of attention. Go pay him a visit. Okay, I will. I will do that. Okay. Old Henson Park, the Ventures District. The oldest park in the structure and the home of many strange creatures. Take a step inside the outside. Inside the outside. It's just a weird sentence. Rutger is a true nature enthusiast. He knows every tree in the structure and is the chief conservator of Triangle Park. Lately, he has become more connected with nature. In fact, he believes he is an oak tree. Well, that sounds pretty sketchy. Swish, swish. I mean, I don't think trees make sounds at all, but okay. This citizen has already been scanned. His insanity amount and insanity types are displayed here. Okay, so he's got 3 insanity. Okay. Start treatment and remove his sanity before time runs out. Okay. Alright. Treatment. Okay. Alright, so these things you have to remove, and I know that later on you get different things that target the specific symbols. And this one, let's see. Oh, that's pretty easy. Oh yeah, okay, I need to switch to one that he does have, okay. Yay! Treatment complete. 15 kapuk. I'm not an oak tree. No, that's sort of silly, isn't it? I guess I spent too much time with vegetation. I better go visit my friends again. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Mr. Broccoli Man. Good job, Mind Scanner. No more citizens require attention today. Get some rest and continue tomorrow. Okay. End of day 1. Maintenance, -6 kapuk. That's kind of weird. Because I thought that it was 7. At least on the 2 episodes I saw of this being played, it was 7 for maintenance. But I'm fine with it being cheaper. I like saving money. Your daughter is trapped in a room. You try to unlock the room, but the key breaks. She screams. 3 citizens require your attention. Choose a citizen and perform a mind scan to unravel their insanity. Remember, you take full responsibility responsibility for their diagnosis. Okay. And that's one thing I liked about... Whoa! This person... Okay, so that actually makes it pretty cool. Because that first person was in the video that I saw, but these this one in the middle, I think their name was Barbara. Yeah, see, yeah. But these other two on the outside were not in the video, so that's pretty cool that it's kind of random. Since this one I already know about, I'll go with one of the ones I don't know anything about. Okay, so let's go with this guy. Gilbert has been missing for years and presumed dead. Somehow he has managed to disappear from society, but lately he has been spotted at the sewer entrance in the Boots, as well as at various cafes. Does he think he's a rat? Alright, let's look at this guy real quick. Ben Widget is an expert in the past and a respected preserver of history. In the past few weeks, his wife has stated that her husband's fascination with the medieval era has become absurd. Okay, so he thinks he's like a knight or something. Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay, I see his name up here. Okay, so it's like a play on Benedict Cumberbatch. Benawidget Balderdash. Nice. Nice. What's this guy's name? Gilbert Rhodes. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Takes 50 of my time things. Travel to him. 65. 65. Okay, so let's go visit Gilbert. Gilbert jumps from the shadows, shows his claws, and hisses. He is a total mess. Okie dokie. Hiss. Be warned, above-er. Beware of the rodent. Come too close, and you'll be torn to pieces. The rodent will bite you, and give you the blink. I'll keep my distance. Good. Or you will probably die. Hiss. And the mind scan thing is pretty cool. It's pretty much like you doing like a virtual Rorschach test. Where like you show them a nonsense thing up here, and what they see gives you an insight into their mental state. Okay, doctor, so I'll tell you what I see on the screen. Hope you can make sense of it. Let's begin. Lava lava. A slice of pie. Not too rotten. Ooh, lava lava. I didn't really get any of these out of that. I don't think he's a baker or gourmet. Survival? Maybe? Yes! Okay, so when you pick the right one, it lights up one of these 3 squares. You have to get all three filled up. If you get one wrong, it takes one away. Oh, my dear ones. The rats who took care of me when no one else would. They feed me. They showed me how to navigate the sewers and how to survive without you evil above-us. Oh, he's not scared of rats. Slang. Reborn by rats. Yeah, obviously. Dan, a co-worker from my past. The only one at work who didn't bully me. Until I discovered his online hate forum where everyone posted hateful comments and pictures of me. That fucking traitor. Tyrannized at work. Yeah? Okay. The Lost Self claims to be a superhero named the Rodent after being bullied all through his life. He lives alone in the sewers, cut off from society. He has an aggressive attitude and is putting his own health at risk. I mean, definitely, you know, not mentally healthy. So technically, insane. So, Gilbert has been missing for years. Okay, that part we already saw. Lost Self. Okay, we already read all that. Okay, so he's got 5 insanities. these two different types. Alright, so let's go ahead and treat Gilbert. Alright. Initializing insanity panel. Okay. And before it starts doing the countdown time, what I observed in the two things I saw, in the two videos I saw, like, so there's going to be devices that specifically target these particular types of insanity, which is pretty cool in my opinion. And like each one's like its own little mini game. I don't think I can unlock any of them right now, but let's just see. Initializing stress bar. Okay. And yeah, when it goes through, you don't want this to get maxed out, because then, you know, he's at max stress. And this bar that's going to show up in a second probably is going to be his personality bar. If you remove all of his personality, he won't have any personality anymore. And pretty much it'll be like you just lobotomize them, which, you know, is not good. Initializing personality bar. And there's things that you can get later that let you bring their personality back up. And as long as they have at least one bar of personality after you fully treat them, it'll fully restore their personality. But if it gets to 0, then they're just fucked. Patient stats initialized. Ready for treatment. Okay. You may speak truth about my diagnosis, but make no mistake, the rodent is here to stay. Your psychotron treatment device seems to be unstable. Avoid the red areas or you will stress your patient. Okie dokie. If you want to develop another device, use the left panel to access the device manager. Okay. Alright, so I can look at this and it won't do anything with the time, okay? Alright, cool. Choose a device that matches the insanity type of your patient. Okay. So he's got the cross thing and the antlery thing. Okay, so the antlery one is this one. And the cross thing is this one. Throaterizer. That doesn't sound clean at all. Removes up to 3 in a row of an insanity type that forces the insanity out through the vocal cords of the patient. Okay, so that's $4 and 15 time thingies. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Attached to the larynx, the device transforms the insanity into frequencies and forces them out using the vocal cords of the patient. Caution, requires a steady hand. Turn the knob to max power. Nice and easy. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright. Let's see if I can get the other one. Where was it? Oh yeah, this one. Luna Sucker. Removes up to 3 in a row of insanity type that. Sucks out the strange energy of your patient. Not a lot of money, but yeah, fuck it. Why not? I'm gonna try to get those right away, because I know that later on I probably won't have as much time at my disposal to be able to develop stuff. Sucks out the strange and negative energy. Find the sweet spots. Use the knobs. Skin will wiggles the most at the sweet spots. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, so that's the only 2 types that he has, so I think that's it for now. Alright, so let's go ahead and treat him. Okay. Careful with that thing. So he's got the bowls up front, so let's... And they're all stacked together, so that's pretty cool. Oh. Well, it didn't say where to... Okay, so I didn't know if I had to get it all the way up or not. Oh, Jesus. Okay, cool. Oh, it's still counting. Jesus. Okay. Alright. Now. There we go. That's the sweet spot. There we go. There we are. Nice, and there we go. Treatment complete. 15 kapuk. Neato. What am I doing with my life? Yuck. Ugh. Stuff I've been eating. I have to straighten out my life, but I can't return to my old life either. I'll find a way. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Cool. Alright, so I'm not gonna end the day, but I don't have enough time to travel to anybody, I don't think. No. So I'm gonna try to see if I can develop one of these, because I have 39 time thingies. Alright. Need 18 science to unlock that. Okay, so I don't have enough science. Okay, so alright, so I can't really do anything really, so I will go ahead and I guess end the day. Yepper. Alright. End of day 2. Maintenance minus 6 kapuk. Sleep.
Greetings, Indie Warriors, and welcome to I Dream of Indie. I just got done playing through the demo for Spell Blaster, a game that's currently being funded on Kickstarter. It has a goal of around $8,000. It's about halfway to that goal at the time of this video, but there's also a demo available for anyone to check out on itch. That's what I played through. Only the one-player option available for this dungeon crawler at the time of this demo, but they are planning to make this game a two-player game that you can enjoy with a partner. When I first booted up this demo, I said, ah, crap, there's no full screen option. It's going to be one of those weird videos where I'm going to have to crop everything and it's not going to look great. But no, I did find out that in the controls option, you can hit the F4 button on your keyboard in order to access full screen. So thankfully, I dodged a bullet there. However, the control implementation is not quite there yet. I was playing with a wireless Xbox controller and a few buttons were working, but once I got into the actual gameplay, I could not move my character. So yeah, this is one of those gameplay impressions videos where I was forced to use the keyboard controls, and this is a game where that's not really ideal, at least not for me. However, of course, this is a demo, so I'll be pretty lenient, and actually, this game's really fun, so I do wish that the control option was working as it should. This is a game where you have a top-down view. It looks very much like Link to the Past in a lot of ways, or one of those classic top-down 16-bit style games. And the goal is actually simply to destroy this giant shard that is blocked off by a golden key. You'll have to explore the various maps that you come across trying to find that key, and you might find some silver keys along the way that will further unlock your path to finding said golden key. You will have enemies, of course, that you'll have to deal with. Sometimes you'll have to defeat every enemy on screen in order to advance, and you'll have some tricky puzzles to deal with. Combat is really basic. You have a standard slash attack, and then you have a magic spell that you can shoot at enemies from a distance. But the cool thing in this game is that as you collect gold off of fallen enemies, you can buy little characters to help you along the way. As you complete levels, you do have an overworld map here, and this is where you can spend those coins and buy these upgrades. I bought one for speed, had a little cute creature fall follow me along the way, and I was in fact a bit faster, so I like the simplicity of this system. And of course, being a demo, I didn't get a taste for the real challenge of this game, but there was nothing too difficult to deal with here. You do come across little platforms that will heal you and restore your magic as well to full, and you do have to solve some puzzles like I mentioned, but none of these were overly difficult. Most of the ones that I came across so far simply involved hitting a magic orb into the right slot. Overall, I really enjoyed my time with Spell Blaster so far. It has a great 16-bit aesthetic that looks nice. The game also sounds really good. All of the sound effects are crunchy with that 16-bit quality that you would expect. The songs were quirky and upbeat, a little repetitive, but I assume as you get into further levels, they're saying they're going to have over 30 of them in this game, you'll get a little bit more variety there. But I like where this game's heading. I hope they get the controller woes under wraps and that everything starts to work correctly for when the game finally launches. Pretty confident they will. We'll just have to see. Again, it's on Kickstarter right now, so if you want to show your support, you can head over to that. We'll have a link in the description box below. Thanks for watching as always, and we'll see you for the next video right here on I Dream of Indie. I Dream of Indie would now like to take a moment to thank our great indie warriors who support us through channel memberships just like you can. Mitchell Hall, Kevilo, Bunny, Bill Tikaz, Christian Cruz, Strict9, Rosie Syntax, Chris Jackson, Nathan Moore, Peach, Adriana Amato, CJR, Falco Lombardi, Seacoil, Skepticism, Jen Rose, and Julian Colbus. Thank you for all you do for independent games, developers, publishers, and for I Dream of Indie. Everybody else, head down to the description box below and help us bring a voice to the voiceless ones in gaming.
Hello, I'm Lorcan of Burma Studio, and in this video I'm announcing the first public showing of my in-development game, Days with Dino, a small open-world game where you play as a active ragdoll T-Rex. This is the second game I've started development on this year, the first one being Gaggle Brains, which I released on Steam last month, and it's part of my aim to try and make one game every 2 months over the course of 2021. The game is still in the early alpha state, so the visuals, gameplay, and everything else you'll be seeing in this video will be changing quite significantly as the next 2 months go by. I have been working on the game for about 2 to 3 weeks so far, and am aiming to finish development by the end of April and to release sometime in May. So what is Days with Dino? A few months back, I made a prototype for an active ragdoll for this T-Rex character. He could swing his tail around, he could do very T-Rexy like motions that were very responsive to player inputs, and I just felt it was a very good animated physical character to control, but at the time I was in the middle of other projects and couldn't really think of anything to do with him. Now though, I feel more confident I'd be able to make a small game with this that could actually show off the interaction I think I find so fun with it. So Days with Dino is going to be a small open world game mainly focused around you being able to run around, hunt other active ragdoll creatures, avoid threats from bigger things until you go large enough to be able to compete with them. And I'm hoping that a lot of the fun of the game is going to come from the way it moves, the way it animates, and the way you're able to novelly interact with the environment. The reason for me putting the game on Steam now and announcing it is with Gaggle Brains, I was relatively silent as I was developing the game, didn't really do much on the public side. I'm still quite new to the whole indie game development biz, and I'm trying to get a bit better with actually trying to show off my work as I'm doing it, and videos like this and putting the game on Steam are part of my efforts to actually be more present out there with it. Anyway, my aim for this week is to finish this video, get another one out showing the development over the first 3 weeks, then I will be working towards making a public demo for the game that I can put on Steam. That will be the early stages of gameplay and the early creatures you'll encounter at the beginning in the starting area. If anything here has caught your interest, I hope you stick around and keep an eye on how things develop, and recommend this game to anyone you know that might be interested in a new dinosaur game, and send them to take a look at our Steam page and add to the wish list if you want to know when the demo is out, which will help us out knowing who's interested and just gaining traction for us really. And yeah, this has been Lorcan, thanks for watching, and I hope you stick around.
At Evolution 2017, I got 513th place out of 2,622 players in Street Fighter and 641st place out of 1,278 players in Tekken. But these placings don't really mean much because I shared 513th place with 256 other people and 641st place with 320 people. I technically did as well as 2D fighting game god Mago and pro gamer Tanukana, but for them, these were huge upsets. But obviously these results don't mean that I'm as good as they are or that they're as bad as I am. Not even close. But this begs the question, why do these results not distinguish a scrub like me from pros like them? One reason is that Mago's ability and mine were evaluated in 4 matches that weekend in quick best-of-3 sets. We'll never know how well Mago would have done against the other 2,618 players, and to find out, we'd have to do a round-robin tournament, meaning everyone plays everyone, something no sane person would ever organize. But maybe you're not sane, in which case you would take the number of entrants divided by 2 and multiply that by the number of entrants minus 1. This is how many matches there would be. To maximize the number of concurrent matches to speed up the tournament, you would need 1,311 gaming setups, and even then, assuming a match takes an average of 10 minutes, it would still take up to 437 hours to declare the winners. Now with this method, we would certainly have rankings that would more accurately reflect the skill level of all the players, but not without pissing a lot of people off. The spectators would be bored because each match would be low stakes, the players would be exhausted from playing thousands of games, and the tournament organizers would probably all go broke from booking a giant convention hall for over a month. This is why open tournaments prefer a knockout system, also known as an elimination tournament.
It's a game between life and death.
The basic concept of elimination is simple. Players are put into brackets where they play a match, and the loser gets eliminated while the winners advance until one person is left standing. But it gets complicated. To illustrate, let's imagine there was a Street Fighter tournament with 2 pro players, NuckleDu and Tokido, and 2 amateurs, Guy and my cat Pablo. The brackets are as follows, and the tournament finishes with no upsets. This match with the pros could have gone either way, but the rest was guaranteed. Tokido getting first place seems accurate, but Guy placing higher than NuckleDu seems really wrong. And to add insult to injury, NuckleDu tied for 3rd place with Pablo. Of course, there are a few problems with this tournament, other than the fact that there was a cat in it. One problem was that it was single elimination, meaning you're eliminated from the tournament after only 1 loss. It doesn't matter that you flew all the way from St. Louis to Japan, or that your first opponent just so happened to be that one guy you can never beat. You lose once, and you're out. This is really unforgiving for the players, but like in the Coliseum, having a win-or-die format is pretty exciting for the spectators.
SBO, Super Battle Act.
1 game, right?
1 game, single elim, that's their Evo. Real talk, I have never been more entertained in my life.
Single elimination is also nice for tournament organizers because half the players are eliminated after each round, saving a lot of time. But since this isn't ancient Rome and we actually care about the sanity of the players, most tournaments use the double elimination format. In double elimination, all the players get a second chance, and there are now 2 brackets. One called the winner's bracket, where everyone who has not lost a match stays in, and a loser's bracket, which is where you go after you lose a match in the winner's bracket. The sole survivor of each bracket meets in the grand finals for a final showdown to determine who the champion is. But while you get a second chance in the loser's bracket, it's a terrible place to be for 3 reasons. One is that you will always be 1 match away from complete elimination, which can be really stressful. 2, you have to win more matches than people still in the winner's bracket to become champion. For example, if you lost your first match in Tekken 7 at EVO this year, you would have had to win 21 matches in a row to become champion. In contrast, if you never lost, you would have only had to play 12 matches to win. This means if you're going to lose a match, you want it to happen later in the tournament so you don't spend as much time in the loser's bracket. The third reason it sucks to be in the loser's bracket is, if you manage to make it to the grand finals, you have to face the winner of the winner's bracket. This is bad for you because the winner of the winner's bracket only needs to win 1 set against you to become champion, while you must win twice.
Tokido with that loser's bracket. He's got to claw his way through this set. If he wins 3 games, Punk will be dropped into loser's bracket, and we have a fresh start, another race to 3. So he's got a very, very, very long way to go.
This is why the grand finals usually indicate who's in winners and who's in losers with a W or L next to the names. With double elimination, you have a much better representation of skill in the rankings. And you'll also have definitive 3rd and 4th places without fighting a consolation match like they do in single elimination tournaments, such as in the final stage of the World Cup. However, after 4th place, you have 2 people tied for 5th place, 2 tied for 7th, 4 tied for 9th, and so on. The worse you do, the less meaningful your rank becomes, as I mentioned earlier. This is why you don't want to have 2 top-level players like NuckleDu and Tokido play each other for their first match. Having top players knock each other out early on in the tournament makes their placings meaningless, and this is why we need good seeding.
Oh, this could be it.
Leg, plant the seed!
Seeding is the art of deciding who plays who for their first match, which also determines who they'll play later. This cannot be done randomly because the same situation with NuckleDu and Tokido facing each other for their first match could happen, so a living, breathing human person has to do it. So who the hell is responsible for the terrible seeding in these brackets? It was none other than the tournament organizer, Evil Bill. Guy knew that he couldn't get famous in esports with this terrible execution and hammy acting, so he bribed Evil Bill to give him an easy bracket and was able to get 2nd place. Not only does Evil Bill take bribes from scrubs, he also gives way easier brackets to his friends or players he thinks could maximize viewership. Having this much control over the tournament's outcome is why it's important to have trustworthy organizers with a commitment to upholding the integrity of the competition. So assuming that we have a legit TO, how does one fairly seed the brackets? Well, unlike in fighting sports, you can't make classes based on body weight, so the TO has to assign a theoretical weight to each player based on their skill level. This is really hard because there's very little information about most of the entrants. Open tournaments allow anyone with a wad of cash to enter, so you get a lot of obscure players. The best thing you can do to assess their skill is to ask the people who'd have the best chance of knowing, which is simply the trusted members of that game's community. After the TO does their best to establish the skill level of the players, they then have to create pools, which are kind of like a bunch of mini-tournaments to filter out the weaker players. The goal is to evenly distribute the best players because usually only 2 players will make it out, one in winner's bracket and one in losers. Having too many all-stars in one pool is a way to guarantee that many of them will be eliminated early on. Some tournaments have been allowing 3 or even 4 players to make it out of pools to provide more encouragement and lower the chances of double jeopardy, which is when you lose to the same player twice. Also, when seeding, it's courteous to make sure no 2 people from the same region get matched up because it would suck to travel halfway around the world just to lose to your local training partner in your first game. But sometimes your carefully crafted seeding can be ruined if people register late, meaning you have to redo the brackets all over again. At NorCal Regionals 2016, they didn't feel like doing this, so last-minute registrants were all just placed in one giant pool regardless of their skill level, forming what was known as the death pool. While every other pool only had 23 or 24 players, the death pool had 52 players. Only Marn and Mago survived. On the flip side, some people can get lucky in their pools. When Top Seed and Melee God Armada dropped out of DreamHack Austin 2017 due to controller issues, the TO didn't reseed the brackets because the tournament had already begun when they found out. As a result, the players in that pool had a much easier bracket. Many of these issues are a result of having to deal with hundreds of players. So why not just do invitationals like E-League? With only 32 select players playing, they're able to use the round-robin format in groups, while only the top 8 play in a double elimination bracket. For the top 24 players, all the matches are best of 5 games instead of best of 3. Each player is evaluated more thoroughly, and seeding becomes much simpler. The players don't need to worry about losing to randoms, the spectators always get to watch all-star players all the time, and tournament organizers only have to deal with 32 players. So then, why go through the headache of dealing with hundreds if not thousands of players at an open tournament? Because open tournaments are awesome. This is how you can realize the romantic notion of an unknown player from Compton entering a stacked competition one weekend and becoming champion. There's also a certain prestige associated with being the best of 1,000 players that can't be replicated by simply offering large amounts of prize money.
The money is a lot more than EVO, but the prestige of winning EVO is so much bigger than this.
This isn't to say there is no role for more esports-oriented leagues, just that much of the culture surrounding competitive fighting gaming relies on an open format. By allowing anyone to enter, it necessarily becomes an inclusive activity, which aligns with its arcade roots that ignored socioeconomic differences by allowing anyone with a quarter to participate. This is how an American pro wrestler can get matched up with a Korean Tekken Grandmaster in a high-stakes tournament.
This is my first time in the tournament. Yes, so go easy on me.
While getting 641st place isn't very meaningful, the experience definitely is.
Thank you. That's all I needed, that's all I wanted. Around.
Let me know in the comments if you prefer invitationals or open tournaments. This was Gerald from Corey Gaming. Thanks for watching.
Are you developing a new game? Are you struggling to get funds so you can hire external services to help improve your game? The end result is not what you dreamed of? Well, Kudo might be the solution. With Kudo, you can spend your earned tokens in a variety of gaming services that accept Kudo in exchange for their help. Hi there, I'm Diogo from Blockbusters and I'll show you how to hire a service in a B2B marketplace. As a game developer, there are several ways you can accumulate Kudo. Game activity, also known as network rewards, the amount of Kudo earned from in-app purchases in your games, and also the staking rewards that will be proportional to the amount you have staked in your game. You can use the Kudo tokens you earn in three ways. You can either invest it in your community by offering performance rewards, which can be rewarding players for certain achievements in your game or rewarding players when they beat their own or a global high score. You can also set your game to reward players who spot and report new bugs in your game, assuring you have a polished game with the help of your players' community. And last but not least, you can invest your Kudo tokens into improving your game with the help of professional service providers listed in the Kudo B2B marketplace. Let's imagine your game is already playable, but you are still lacking a proper promotional website to showcase your game. Or maybe your soundtrack comes from a free sound bank instead of having been done specifically for your game. And what about you Lone Rangers, that master the art of 2D and 3D but not programming or vice versa? It can be quite frustrating, but don't worry. Today, you'll learn how to improve your game with the help of outsourced professionals from all around the world hired with the Kudo marketplace using your own Kudo tokens. Okay, now that you know what the Kudo B2B marketplace is all about, let's get to it. After you log in with your game developer account on the Kudo Games section, you will notice the marketplace icon here on the left. Great! Now you can check the full list of services on the Kudo marketplace and the people behind them to help you take your game to the next level. For instance, let's say your game, Ignite, is in desperate need of a website. So you will choose Website Development from Total Web. And it will open a pop-up with the service description and, of course, the price with the approximate time it takes to be completed. It looks like this is exactly what you are looking for. So you select Hire Service. Now you can choose which wallet you want to use, which by default is the one where you receive the Kudo rewards. Awesome! You just accomplished the first step on your journey to take your game to the next level, and both you and the service provider received an email confirming the service. The service provider is expected to contact you to discuss the service details. After hiring the service, you can check its status on the Hired Service section. You'll be informed by email when the service changes status. Remember that you can contact the service provider at any time, even if the service was recently set as finished and you need to reopen it because something is not right yet. After the service is done, it will be moved to the closed service section, and now you can enjoy an improved version of your game that couldn't be achieved without the help of like-minded professionals in a fully decentralized collaborative way and using the Kudo tokens that we have been accumulating. I hope you enjoyed this video, and join us if you haven't already at games.kudo.io. We're always available to help you in our Discord and Telegram channels. Bye!
Alright, so I'm trying to edit all these GDC videos, but I swear to God, nobody will shut up about this difficulty in games thing or in Sekiro. So for good or ill, I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring. Okay, so right now there's this big sort of conversation happening in the gaming discourse about whether or not Sekiro is too difficult, the importance of creative vision, accessibility, and, you know, games journalists having to get good at playing video games. Haven't heard that one in a while. So I wanted to try and explain it in a way that makes sense to humans, because it seems like it's actually like maybe at least three separate conversations. Over here we have people saying, you know, creative intent is really important and we should let authors, you know, make the games they want to. Right over here, get it, totally. Over here then we have people talking about accessibility in games, which has often been an area of games that has been ignored by both players, the press, kind of everyone, right? Saying like, it's really important that games should be made in a way that people can tinker with the settings and whatnot, and people of different abilities will be able to play these games and enjoy them. Got it? Right. And in the middle, we have this sort of more amorphous conversation where people are like, yeah, I like these Soulsborne games. Fuck me, this one's real hard. I wish I could just like tweak it just a little bit just to make it so I could play in the 2 hours I have between getting home from work and having to make a microwave meal and jerk off and all that stuff. So there's sort of three different conversations that aren't necessarily connected in terms of, you know, how you'd argue any one of them, but you kind of can't argue one without thinking about the other ones. So first of all, I'm just going to argue them all separately. All right, accessibility first of all. This one's a real soft lob, folks. You know, games for the longest time were not made for a lot of people. There are a lot of people out there who either have physical issues, movement issues that don't allow them to play games the way you and I play them, or they have problems with hearing or sight. There's like a massive amount of different ways in which folks might have a problem interfacing with a piece of software or a piece of hardware. I studied human-computer interfaces for a while when I was in college. It was a real big part of it, but I didn't really think about it in terms of games until I started seeing the work of people like Able Gamers, who of course we had Stephen Spawn on our podcast a couple of months back, really bringing it to the forefront of players' minds and also developers' minds. And what's been great is that over the past couple of years, games have done a lot to sort of make them more accessible. There's still a lot more work to be done, but I think, you know, we're all in agreement, right? Games should be more accessible, right? Okay, now the one in the middle. This one's a bit harder. The sort of idea that games should be tweakable, that we should be able to cater them to our exact specifications so that it's not too hard, it's not too easy. And I hate to break it to everyone, but that's all fucking games. Difficulty is kind of completely arbitrary. I remember talking to Jonathan Blow when we did our Witness documentary, and he was talking about how there's no ceiling to how tough games can be. You just make enemies' bullets do 1 million damage and make them 1 million health, and it's a harder game. What's interesting in games design is challenge and players being able to get better at something and then, you know, overcome what they previously were not able to overcome. And some games do it through, you know, upgrading your character and the numbers just get higher and you get better that way. And in other games, like the Soulsborne games, are we saying Soulsborne or something? I don't know. Those games do it by teaching you how to play the game, by being pretty brutal about it, and eventually sort of, you know, through onboarding you a little bit and player ramping, and also just like you having to look up wikis, you get really good at these games, and it's a fun time. And it's one of the most satisfying experiences in the world. My experience with Bloodborne's one of the best games I've ever played. I have the Hunter's Mark tattooed on my arm. I fucking love that game. It's the best. But as a concept, it's difficulty and challenge and feeling good is just, it's a dance between the developer and the player. And it sounds like early impressions, at least for some players, is that Sekiro is a lot more challenging than previous From Software games I might have played. So right now, that dance doesn't feel as fun. So I get where people are coming from. I get where people are coming from where it's like, oh, I wish I could just like tweak the things a little bit here and there. One example of that, which rings true with me, is racing games. So I love Formula One. I have a Formula One podcast. Go to f1.cool, shift to F1 podcast. And when I play F1 video games, I tend to play with a wheel and with pedals, and I tend to play with a lot of the assists turned off. When I worked at GameSpot, we had a racing wheel set up in the office, and I had F1, I think it was 2017 then, set up with my wheel and my chassis and everything, and all the assists were off. And I go over, at lunch breaks and do a couple of laps. And if any of the rest of the crew, who were like all good at other driving games, would sit down, they wouldn't be able to get off the grid. The wheels would spin too fast when the lights went out, and they'd spin, and they'd struggle to just go in a straight line. Like, those games can be incredibly difficult if you turn off all the assists. Now, my version of playing the game is fundamentally different to the way most people play racing games, with a controller, accelerator, and brake. But that doesn't mean that my experience is any better or worse than people who are just playing on a controller, because you can do that with the F1 games as well. They're just two different ways of playing the game. And I imagine somebody who is playing on a pad can probably garner a similar amount of enjoyment from the game as I do in my experience of playing with a wheel and pedals. So different strokes for different folks, right? And when you look at the way Soulsborne games have been designed in the past, they've given you these outs. They exist, right? The easiest one I can think of is Father Gascoigne in Bloodborne and the music box. By that stage, the designers knew that people were playing these games on wikis, right? And they knew that eventually if somebody was having a bit of trouble, their buddy would tell them, or they'd Google it, that, you know what, this boss, it's pretty difficult, but if you use this music box, he'll go, "Argh!" and then you can like wail on him for a bit, and it helps you out quite a bit. So I mention that only to say that there is precedent in Soulsborne games for them doing this sort of stuff to allow certain players to ease off the difficulty a little bit if they so wish. And that brings us on to the third point, which is, creative intent and the ideas of auteurs and how we should let creative people make the creative, things of their dreams, and we shouldn't stand in their way by putting arbitrary social rules in front of them and stuff. And like, on the face of it, as like somebody who, makes stuff sometimes, I like that. I like that. That's a sexy concept to me. Some of my favorite film directors are people like that. Werner Herzog, for instance, is a favorite of mine, and one of the things I like about his work is that it is purely his. Like, you were experiencing this film through his vision, and if you've watched his older work and you watch a new piece of work, you can take that into it in the same way you do with an author or a painter or something like that. First of all, when it comes to video games, I'd say that the idea of an individual's creative intent is kind of bullshitty. When Jackson Pollock paints a painting, the distance between him and his work is just the distance between his arm flailing through the air and the canvas in front of him. With Werner Herzog, for instance, the difference between him and his creation is maybe the DOP who's holding the camera, but he's always there, right? And then the editor helping him in post-production piece the whole thing together. But he's pretty connected to every piece of it, and by the end you're watching a Herzogian piece of art. Games, on the other hand, involve far, far more collaborators. Even indie teams usually have, a half dozen or a dozen people working on them. In the case of the Souls games, I'm imagining it's a couple of hundred. Obviously, Miyazaki is the sort of creative director of these projects, so he has a vision for the project, as I'm sure a lot of the different departmental leads have a vision as well. But what I've learned from interviewing developers is that sometimes you might get an American McGee situation maybe, where you've got one person really leading the charge for this is what I want to make. But more often than not, especially in established studios where people have been working really well and working, getting better and getting more experience, you have a lot of people who are really, really good at what they do, and the work tends to be more of a creative soup in terms of the broader direction with the top level of the studio, and then in terms of the sort of like micro feel of aspects like how the game looks or sounds, or specific pieces of content or writing in the game in the sort of the rest of the workforce at the studio. So while I agree with the idea that creative people should make creative things, and we shouldn't expect everyone to apply every desire of every consumer.
The Xsolla Publishing Suite lets you sell games direct, keep more revenue, and own your customers. Period. You get to easily wrap every player experience in your own brand for no upfront cost. We handle the boring stuff: taxes, laws, and fraud. Sell direct, earn more, own more.
To the piece of art that they create, I think that it definitely is diluted when it comes to games specifically. So those are sort of the three things we have here, okay? We have the accessibility conversation over here, we have the artistic intent conversation over here, and in the middle we have, man, Sekiro is hard. I wish I could just like respawn forever or something here in the middle. And this is the problem I've had, which has made me stop editing for, I don't know, 10 minutes to shout at my camera like this. It's because these three conversations keep happening on their own, but you can't talk about one without talking about the others. Creative intent is important. Does that mean we should make it so that lots of people can't play video games? Probably not, right? Middle part, yes, it would be good if there were more options in the game. Maybe more people would be able to play this game. Would it dilute the creative intent of the game? Maybe in some ways. I mean, it's called Shadows Die Twice. If we made it so you respawned over and over again, they'd have to rename the game. And there's probably some sort of like, I don't know, I haven't completed it yet. There's probably some story reason why you only come back to life once, right? And the reason we're having these siloed conversations is because that's how the fucking internet works. To get this across, I've had to talk to the camera for like, I don't know, like 700 seconds or something, because this is a complex issue. And there was a time when we were talking about games that things were relatively simple. You know, I'd open up my Games Master magazine when I was a teenager and it was got cheat codes and whether or not the game was good and the graphics were okay and all that jazz. Maybe, is that joystick worth 50 quid? They never were, they always fucking broke. You know, stuff like that. Just very basic sort of conversations about the world of video games. And we're now in a world, and I'm talking to somebody who interviews developers about their work and struggles to get these documentaries down under an hour. We're now in a world where the conversation about games isn't that simple anymore. So the old tools we have, and some of the new tools, like social media, they just don't really work when it comes to having these conversations. A Twitter post is like 280 characters. There's no way I could cram this video down into that. And a journalist writes an article about what they think about it, and then they give it a headline, which is just definitely going to piss everyone off. But you need a headline, because we can't expect people to just go read a big piece of text. We need to get them through the door first, and that's the way the internet works. That's the way our media, that's the way our brains work. So my point in all of this is that there is no one answer to this, that these are complex issues, that different people will have different perspectives depending on what's important to them on the matter. And that when we talk about these things, we're sort of getting insight into the creative decisions that need to be made by game studios while they're making the games. Everything we've talked about, I'm sure, has come up in discussions at From Software. They know that their games are hard and they've been trying to change it for years. Miyazaki has said as much in the past. Sekiro is far easier to understand than Bloodborne and Dark Souls. There's no fucking bone marrow ash. There's no blood vials. There's none of that obfuscation anymore. All this inventory and uses of items, it's all pretty obvious, and if it's not, it's written in plain English right there. The player onboarding has been designed to make it easier than ever to get into the game. They even have a dummy that you can go and fight and practice in the corner of your hub area. So they're aware of these things too. I know firsthand that this helped a bunch of people who had stumbled playing From Software games in the past actually learn how to play this one. But did this hand-holding make the world of Sekiro less mysterious than those of, say, Dark Souls and Bloodborne? I imagine, yeah, it probably did. perhaps that matters to you a lot. But to others, being able to play the game matters so much more. We all experience games differently and value things differently, and understanding that is key to understanding why we love games. But more than anything else, I think this is a really fantastic opportunity for most of us to look at the different ways in which people play games, and not to dismiss them right away as people, just being bad at games or being elitist about difficulty or talking about accessibility, but that doesn't really affect me. This is a really good example where loads of different types of people are enjoying this game or want to enjoy this game, and they're advocating for something that is important to them about this game, that it is hard, that it is accessible, whatever it is. It's a really good opportunity to just sit back for a second, chill the fuck out, don't react right away, and listen to other people about the ways in which they play games. Because that's what game design is. It's creating games that different people are able to play and are able to experience the game and enjoy the game on their own terms.
Doom Eternal is a game in love with the Doom franchise. It's got some insanely baroque and epic lore that ties the entire franchise, even Doom 64 together, into a single universe-spanning narrative. It's got visuals that evoke the classic over-the-top metal album cover art style of the original game, and the Doom guy even plays the original Doom in his free time when he's not chainsawing monsters in the face. Does it make any sense? No. Is it supposed to? Also no. Just a quick heads up, there are going to be some spoilers for Doom Eternal here, no story ones, but I will obviously be showing the gameplay, and if you don't want to see that, why'd you click on the video? Huh? Yeah, it's not my problem, is it? You knew what you're getting into. Doom Eternal is loads of fun. So much so that it brought to mind an old classic piece of design advice that id Software have apparently gone deliberately out of their way to ignore wherever possible. And that is, less is more. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase before. Less is more is a classic piece of design advice that's been around for ages. It was first recorded in the 1855 poem Andrea del Sarto by Robert Browning, but it's probably been around even longer than that. It means, more or less, that by eliminating elements of a piece of art or design that aren't 100% needed, you'll be able to focus your work down into something much more specific and effective than a broader, less refined alternative. Less content can actually be worth more. Less is more design worked for these cool chairs, this building, and those weird minimalist wallpapers that were popular a few years back. It's a widespread design aesthetic that id have actually used before, way back in the ancient past year of 2016 when they made the predecessor to Doom Eternal, simply called Doom. It's weird to see these two games, Eternal and 2016, side by side, because although they look basically the same, and control more or less identically, each one feels very different to play, and that's because they're informed by two very different schools of design. Doom 2016 is minimalist, and tries to focus down onto a single specific theme, cutting everything else out. Doom Eternal is whatever the opposite is, I guess. Maximalism? It revels in excess, and rather than providing players with a singular experience, it gives them a bunch of tools to create their own take on the Doom formula. I think these two weird siblings are a great bent on tearing demons limb from limb and filling them with as many bullets as you can find, and so everything that doesn't contribute to this power trippy vision has been cut out of the formula entirely. The previous entry in the series, Doom 3, had a horror element, flashlight mechanics, and a pretty in-depth story, and all those things are more or less absent from Doom 2016. Instead, the game focuses down on getting you, the player, to experience the same singular and precious health. Pretty much the only way to play Doom 2016 involves hyper-aggression, and getting up close and personal with demons, trading blows until you can glory kill them, and heal up just enough to keep moving towards your next target. Doom Eternal, on the other hand, is a very different beast. Rather drip-fed to you constantly, Doom Eternal is able to give players a much deeper and more varied combat system than its predecessor. Instead of giving you the opportunity to give in to your inner Doomslayer by blasting away pack after pack of monsters with the super shotgun, Doom Eternal forces you to think tactically, and prioritize particular enemies, as well as time the use of your ability in the most efficient and badass way possible. This difference in approach can be seen very clearly in the enemy design. Take the iconic angry meatball that is the Caco Demon, for example. In Doom 2016, these guys are there to scare you, and provide a new Doom Eternal is a game in love with the Doom franchise. It's got some insanely baroque and epic lore that ties the entire franchise, even Doom 64 together, into a single universe-spanning narrative. It's got visuals that evoke the classic over-the-top metal album cover art style of the original game, and the Doom guy even plays the original Doom in his free time when he's not chainsawing monsters in the face. Does it make any sense? No. Is it supposed to? Also no. Just a quick heads up, there are going to be some spoilers for Doom Eternal here, no story ones, but I will obviously be showing the gameplay, and if you don't want to see that, why'd you click on the video? Huh? Yeah, it's not my problem, is it? You knew what you're getting into. Doom Eternal is loads of fun. So much so that it brought to mind an old classic piece of design advice that id Software have apparently gone deliberately out of their way to ignore wherever possible. And that is, less is more. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase before. Less is more is a classic piece of design advice that's been around for ages. It was first recorded in the 1855 poem Andrea del Sarto by Robert Browning, but it's probably been around even longer than that. It means, more or less, that by eliminating elements of a piece of art or design that aren't 100% needed, you'll be able to focus your work down into something much more specific and effective than a broader, less refined alternative. Less content can actually be worth more. Less is more design worked for these cool chairs, this building, and those weird minimalist wallpapers that were popular a few years back. It's a widespread design aesthetic that id have actually used before, way back in the ancient past year of 2016 when they made the predecessor to Doom Eternal, simply called Doom. It's weird to see these two games, Eternal and 2016, side by side, because although they look basically the same, and control more or less identically, each one feels very different to play, and that's because they're informed by two very different schools of design. Doom 2016 is minimalist, and tries to focus down onto a single specific theme, cutting everything else out. Doom Eternal is whatever the opposite is, I guess. Maximalism? It revels in excess, and rather than providing players with a singular experience, it gives them a bunch of tools to create their own take on the Doom formula. I think these two weird siblings are a great opportunity to have a look at less is more and minimalist design principles and see how adhering to them, or rejecting them, can create very different games with different strengths and weaknesses, despite using broadly the same ingredients. Let's start with Doom 2016. The Doom soft reboot is about one thing and one thing only: putting you in the shoes of Doom Guy, and making you feel like a one-man army hell-bent on tearing demons limb from limb and filling them with as many bullets as you can find. And so everything that doesn't contribute to this power-trippy vision has been cut out of the formula entirely. The previous entry in the series, Doom 3, had a horror element, flashlight mechanics, and a pretty in-depth story, and all those things are more or less absent from Doom 2016. Instead, the game focuses down on getting you, the player, to experience the same singular fury that drives the Doom Marine. Glory kills in particular really sell this vision. When a demon is on low health, it enters a stun state, allowing you to smash it up like a giant piñata and feast on the delicious candy within, giving you some precious health. Pretty much the only way to play Doom 2016 involves hyper-aggression, and getting up close and personal with demons, trading blows until you can glory kill them, and heal up just enough to keep moving towards your next target. Doom Eternal, on the other hand, is a very different beast. Rather than focusing on a very specific thematic experience, Doom Eternal's team have opted for something broader, that being a constant sense of momentum and fun. A large part of this approach is an expansion of pretty much all the systems in Doom 2016. There's more enemies with more defined identities, brand new platforming elements, and a bunch of new abilities like the Flame Belch and Blood Punch. By adding in all those elements which are drip-fed to you constantly, Doom Eternal is able to give players a much deeper and more varied combat system than its predecessor. Instead of giving you the opportunity to give in to your inner Doomslayer by blasting away pack after pack of monsters with the super shotgun, Doom Eternal forces you to think tactically and prioritize particular enemies, as well as time the use of your abilities to catch as many bad guys as possible. The fun in Doom Eternal isn't from the visceral, adrenaline-fueled thrill of ripping and tearing until the work is done, but in thinking on the fly and using your knowledge of the game's systems to dispatch hordes of enemies in the most efficient and badass way possible. This difference in approach can be seen very clearly in the enemy design. Take the iconic angry meatball that is the Kaku Demon, for example. In Doom 2016, these guys are there to scare you and provide a new, suitably monstrous threat for you to conquer now that you've arrived in hell. They take a lot of bullets to kill and can blind you with their spit, so you've got to keep moving to avoid them, which ends up putting you into tense situations as you're forced to run into other enemies. In Eternal, on the other hand, their ranged attack has been upgraded to be absolutely lethal, and they're a much higher priority target. However, cacodemons have also been given an extra weakness. Lobbing a grenade into a cacodemon's mouth will grant you a guaranteed glory kill, allowing you to dispatch them very quickly if you're a good shot and have grenades spare. By making some small changes, Doom Eternal turns that cacodemon from a singular source of pressure and stress into a tactical challenge. Are you going to waste crucial resources taking one out with a precious grenade? Are you going to spend ammo and time taking it down the normal way, or are you going to try and keep moving, confident that you can maintain enough distance not to get munched on? There's also the consideration of if it's worth investing in the more situational shotgun grenade launcher specifically for dealing with cacos, which means sacrificing the sustained firepower of the autofire mod. In Doom 2016, enemies are all dealt with more or less in the same way, by running towards them with bloodlust in your veins and firepower in your guns. That second one is usually more important, but Doom Eternal forces you to think more tactically. Increased enemy firepower, health pools, and an abundance of melee monsters means the reckless tactics will usually end in your grisly demise, and you'll need to come up with a new solution, the form of which is basically up to you. And really, that's the biggest difference that you can highlight not just between Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, but minimalist and maximalist schools of design. One is a pre-assembled package containing everything you need to have a tailor-made experience, the other is a lot of vaguely themed parts that you can use to assemble your own experience. We can see this difference quite clearly in city builder games. Some of them are trimmed down and restrictive, forcing you to build your little town in a particular way so as to communicate a specific feeling. Frostpunk, for example, pretty much necessitates becoming to some degree a dictator, and even the most ethical possible playthrough will still involve setting your people to life-threatening work in the coalfields and having to make tough choices between letting the sick suffer or stockpiling food for later. Regardless of which of the campaigns you play, you'll always be making hothouses and medical tents, and you'll always be building your city in circles around the omnipresent heat-giving generator that is your primary concern at all times, even over the lives of your own people. This all coalesces into a game about making tough choices under tough circumstances, and not so much creative expression or true-to-life simulation. Playing the ultra-relaxed Serenity mode, added by popular demand, really proves this point. Without the back-breaking pressure of the cold, resource shortages, and almost certain doom, the game is kind of boring, and simply doesn't support other kinds of fun. Compare that to something like RimWorld, or the infinitely less viewer-friendly Dwarf Fortress. These two games hand you a set of systems and tools, but let you use them to tell your own story. And the name of that story? Dog Punchers. There are some other ones you could tell as well, of course. Want to customize a thriving village of happy people to your heart's content? Go nuts. Want to make a starving cannibal tribe constantly on the brink of extinction? That's fine too. I've never even started RimWorld's main quest of building a spaceship and going home, because the game isn't really interested in trying to tell you how to play. The systems and mechanics are there to generate interesting complications, but you're very much the storyteller. Conversely, minimalist design tends to zoom in on a very specific frame of mind or emotional state that resonates with every part of the game. The classic example of this sort of approach is Informato Ueda's Design by Subtraction, found in classics like Ico or Shadow of the Colossus, but it's found in much more mainstream titles as well. The Resident Evil games are great examples of how to use very elegant, streamlined design to create tension and fear. Your basic zombie in Resident Evil 2, by far the most common enemy type, has no special mechanics or AI. Basically all they do is shamble slowly towards you, and yet the game manages to make this feel absolutely terrifying. Zombies have boatloads of health and just will not stay dead unless you pour a whole clip of ammo into their head. Knocking them down for a little bit is much easier, but it means they'll be back next time you visit, ready to lurch towards you all over again. All this means you've got to play it smart and simply run away from most encounters, or try to stun zombies with a headshot if you really have to. You feel powerless against a horde of inevitable enemies designed to slowly yet relentlessly whittle you and your resources down. Thanks to the deliberately bare bones and clunky combat mechanics, even successfully taking down a zombo feels more like you barely got away with your life than an empowering moment of triumph, specifically because you didn't have the wiggle room and freedom afforded to you by more complex, flexible systems found in a less minimalist game. Even saving in hardcore mode, which is the default in the original games, involves mucking around with painfully limited inventory space and resources, ramping up the tension even more when an hour of progress is on the line. Doom 2016 is nowhere near as minimalist, but it does take similar steps. In order for you to really immerse yourself in Doomguy's angry frame of mind, there need to be absolutely no distractions. As such, the entire game is presented from Doomguy's first-person perspective, and the player is excellently
starts now.
Introduced to the way the game expects them to feel by the way Doomguy actively ignores the law and is mean to computers. There's even some lovely little UI touches like the impact compensation pop-up that appears when you land, or the way you get suit upgrade points by pulling chips out of the chests of dead soldiers, that all help to sell the reality of the game and make you feel like you're looking out of the visor of a suit, rather than a gamey UI. Doom Eternal, on the other hand, wears its status as a video game loud and proud, and is much more concerned with function over form. The UI is much more colourful, showing brightly coloured gameplay information like ammo types, armour, and distinct enemy coloration first and foremost, because the game is putting you and your decisions in control. The Glory Kill too is much more vibrant here, because it's now a tactical choice to put yourself in harm's way to get some health, instead of a moment of catharsis. Well, it's still sort of that. Yeah. Doom Eternal even breaks its sibling's cardinal rule of first-person perspective, because in this game, you're not supposed to think of yourself as Doomguy. You're a person playing a video game. This is the reason why the game includes bizarre geometry-bending platforming segments. Without the pressure of needing to keep the player fully immersed in a doom-slaying berserker mode 24/7, the game is able to separate combat encounters into isolated chunks, each with their own distinct challenges and themes, which helps to keep things fresh. Doom Eternal's priority is in giving the player information and options. To this effect, it even lets them change the difficulty on the fly or activate cheats, because it's not telling you how to have fun. If you want to chill out, bashing pushover demons, or to put your tactical skills to the test, Doom Eternal is right there with you. As a rule of thumb, what maximalist games lack in a consistent tone, they make up for in flexibility. But it's not all good. These two opposite styles do still have their weaknesses. Doom 2016's strict focus on its one particular state of mind means that the elements of the game that don't involve ripping and tearing pull you right out of the experience. The secret hunting in particular is really guilty of this. Backtracking through levels, not fighting any demons, and with no outside pressure means that the wave of adrenaline you've been riding for the last 30 minutes basically just disappears. However, secret hunting also gives you precious armor and weapon upgrades, so you feel compelled to do it, even if that means sacrificing what makes the game fun. Secret hunting actually works way better in Eternal, where the broader focus and greater variety of platforming abilities makes it a nice change of pace rather than something boring. Doom 2016 also suffers from being a bit too long. As fantastic as the core loop is, it camps out in complexity and mechanical nuance about 2/3 of the way in, and though the gameplay is just as fun and frantic the whole way through, it slowly becomes more and more routine. Minimalist games, true to their name, often tend to be shorter for this exact reason. Games like Portal fully explore their one idea and then cap things off before you have a chance to get bored. Doom 2016 on the other hand turns furious demon extermination into a bit of a chore, souring the latter portions of the game. Eternal has, as you might expect, the opposite problem. The more ideas and mechanics a game is juggling at any one time, the larger chance it has that two of them won't mix very well. We can see this in the case of the very limited ammo system and the chainsaw. Doom Eternal limiting the max ammo of guns works in theory, as it forces players to make interesting choices as to which gun they want to use, rather than just using the super shotty for everything. But that means they need to use the chainsaw, which rips enemies up into a bunch of ammo much more often. This is a problem, because it turns what was once a brilliant fuck you one-hit kill button into something that gets used exclusively on lame fodder enemies to farm ammo, instead of as something fun. Another example of this happening was in Fire Emblem Awakening, which introduced a cool team-up mechanic as well as an increased focus on relationship building between characters, by giving ones who were friends extra stats when they were close by each other. Two benign systems that combined to create unkillable double acts of husbands and wives who completely ruin the game's tactical balance. Additionally, the game runs into the problem of including so many new elements that some are guaranteed to rub players the wrong way. The deadly Marauder mini-boss who requires some very fancy footwork to even damage, let alone kill, and the platforming bits I mentioned earlier are such wild departures from the Doom formula that their mere inclusion have pissed some fans off, which, regardless of the game's artistic ambitions, is never a good thing. Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal are both great games, but neither of them are perfect. Doom Eternal is a bit of a mess on a variety of levels, and it's got so much going on between the bonkers story, billions of collectibles, and weird new enemy designs that it's hard to work out how you're supposed to get the most out of the game. On the flip side, Doom 2016 is a tightly crafted thematic package that sort of outstays its welcome, and as such, a lot of its biggest fans have never actually finished it. But the real lesson I think we can draw from these two games by comparing their disparate styles is that just as games can be designed to be minimalist or maximalist, they can be played in those ways too. By learning what goes into designing each kind of game, and how the developers expect us to play our part, we can approach games with the right mindset, and as such get much more out of them. I imagine there are a lot of people who played Breath of the Wild, for example, like a traditional Zelda game, following the critical path to the main dungeons and the final boss, which are the worst bits of the game. The real value is in all the extra weird side stuff and optional content. Similarly, a lot of people have complained about minimalist games like, say, Mirror's Edge feeling shallow, when in reality, great minimalist games don't have much going on because they're intended to be precise, and only engage with one or two fundamental gameplay ideas. The Mirror's Edge sequel was rubbish precisely because it tried to address this concern by polluting the purity of the original game. The Doom series is a foundational part of video game lore, and just as the medium continues to grow and become more sophisticated, so must Doom. These two experiments into different kinds of design aren't perfect, and they certainly aren't for everyone, but they're enduring proof that even the most venerable and beloved gaming icons can still be reimagined and iterated upon, and by doing so, we can transform old ideas into interesting new forms. So whether you prefer Doom 2016, or Doom Eternal, or even the originals, it's important to know that at the end of the day, the one that you prefer is objectively correct and empirically the best Doom game. You and me? We're the ones with taste. We like the good Doom game. The one where they got it right. All those other idiots? Forget about them. Hi and welcome to the end of the video. This is a little section where I recommend a cool YouTuber and do a shout out for my even cooler patrons. Today, I'd like to point you in the direction of Tom Francis' YouTube channel, who is a game developer and writer who's recently started posting updates as to the development of his new game, Tactical Breach Wizards, which I am very much looking forward to, and he's also got a bunch of tutorials and design insights on a bunch of topics as well. I think he's got a lot of great experience, and it's always good to take advice from people who, you know, actually make video games for a living instead of chumps like me. Please do check him out. I'd also like to shout out my fantabulous patrons, who are amazing and cool, and I think most of them have actually gotten more attractive since signing up. You just can't argue with pretend results. If you'd like to support the channel and ensure that I don't need to do any sponsorships or anything, please sign up if you can afford it. If not, a like and a subscription, or whatever YouTube demands you do these days, works as well. A special extra shout out goes to my $10 a month patrons, who are Alex DeLonch, Alexander Kramer, Asaran, Auno94, Baxter Heel, Big Chess, Bodhi, Brian Otariani, Daniel Metjes, David Dumitrascu, Dirk Jan Karambeld, Doodlehog, Evie, Ibathon, Jordan, Joshua Binswanger, Lee Berman, Lucas Slack, Lunar Eagle 1996, Mace Window 54, Max Filipov, Mr. T with some tea, Patrick Romberg, Philby the Bilby, Prospero, Ray's Dad, Samuel Vanderplatz, Steve Riley, Strateger in Ultima, Zach Schuster, and Chow. Okay, thank you for watching, enjoy Easter and stay safe out there. Bye!
Over the past 11 years of making this show, I've come across a lot of unique accessories for the Nintendo Entertainment System. The Power Glove, the U-Force, the Miracle Piano System. But this is one that not only had I never seen before, but I doubt many other people have either. This is the Hot Seat, a small chair with a joystick attached on the armrest. It utilizes motion controls for movement, while the stationary joystick provides the A and B buttons, start, select, and turbo functions. Not much is known about the Hot Seat. It was released in 1990 by a company based out of Wichita, Kansas called Power to the 10th Incorporated. As far as I know, this was the only product they ever released. Based on newspaper ads, the Hot Seat was only released in the Midwest region of the United States. It was sold in small chain department stores, furniture stores, and video rental stores. That's right, you could rent the Hot Seat weekly. As for retail cost, it's hard to say. An Illinois-based furniture store called Discount Pete's sold the seat for $35. Visions Video, an Illinois-based rental store, sold it for $90. Power to the 10th Incorporated teased hot seats for the TurboGrafx and Sega Genesis, but they were never released. By 1992, Power to the 10th Incorporated was out of business, and the hot seat faded into obscurity. Although technically it was already obscure to begin with. That's about all we know for the history, so let's take a look at the hot seat itself. It came in two colors, either black or gray. The build quality feels cheap. It's made out of hard-coated plastic. There's a rubber gasket that connects the base to the seat, which allows flexibility when you move around in the chair. There's also slapped-on hot seat stickers on the chair back and armrest. It's pretty clear this thing was assembled by hand. The hot seat uses a joystick that is bolted onto the armrest. By default, the rest is on the right-hand side. But if you are left-handed, you could drill holes on the left-hand side and attach it there. The joystick itself is a modified QuickJoy NI5, a joystick made for the NES. You move your character on screen by moving around in the hot seat chair, while all the other buttons are controlled with the joystick. So how does the seat use motion controls? There's no wires or anything coming out of it. Well, that's because everything is contained within the joystick unit. Technically, you could detach the joystick from the seat and use it by itself. As to how the motion controls work, the unit is sealed off, so we don't know for sure, but just from feel and sound, it most likely uses tilt switches. A tilt switch uses a small cylinder with either a metal ball or liquid mercury inside. When you tilt it, the ball inside moves and makes contact with the metal electrodes at the end, which sends a signal. Tilt switches were used in a lot of early motion control devices, and they aren't the most accurate or responsive, making them less than ideal for certain types of games. Power to the 10th advertised their hot seat with games like Top Gun and Rad Racer. So we know the history of the hot seat, we know how it's supposed to work, but does it work? Let's test it out with a few games. According to the box, the maximum weight the hot seat can support is 165 pounds. Even though I weigh close to 200, I'm gonna take a chance with it. The seat is pretty close to the ground, so it's kind of awkward to use if you're tall. This was definitely intended for children. Let's try a game we all know and love, Super Mario Bros. This might sound crazy, but Super Mario Bros. Worked pretty well with the hot seat. The trigger button on the joystick is used for jumping, while the front button is for fireballs and running. And that button configuration is pretty comfortable. The only issue I had is that every now and then the game thinks I'm ducking. But Super Mario Bros. Is totally playable with the hot seat, and, dare I say, beatable. Now let's try out my favorite Mega Man game, Mega Man 3. This one is a little more difficult considering the precise jumping and shooting required in this game. I started off with Top Man stage like I usually do, and even that was a struggle. It was hard to just do a slide. Definitely not a good game with the hot seat. Let's show off the two games that Power to the 10th recommended you actually play with the hot seat. Out of all the games played, I'd say Rad Racer works the best. Movement is spot on with the hot seat, and you only have to worry about two buttons, the gas and the brakes. Plus, you can play it in 3D, which, when played with the hot seat, is peak 90s gaming. Top Gun is also perfect for the hot seat. I had no issues steering my plane, and with the joystick, it kinda does feel like you're in a cockpit. The landing sequence is still difficult, but then again, that's hard to do with a regular controller. The hot seat was an interesting idea, but motion controls weren't great back in the early 90s, and Power to the 10th Incorporated didn't seem to have enough resources to release such an ambitious device. As an adult, it's pretty awkward to use. I'd rather just have a normal joystick. Surprisingly, there was another device similar to the hot seat called the Super Chair that looks like it worked a lot better, but it never came to market. The hot seat is pretty rare, so rare in fact that it's hard to put a value on it. It's a cool piece of history, but I wouldn't recommend using it regularly for your retro gaming. It also can't really function as a regular everyday seat, unless it's for your kid. Maybe one day we'll see hot seat gaming challenges on YouTube or Twitch, where players try to beat NES games using this thing. That's all for this episode of The Gaming Historian. Thanks for watching.
Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
And the raven never flitting, stilly sitting, stilly sitting. On the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is driven, and the lamplight of him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
Growing up, I didn't see myself getting into gaming. I didn't think it was a possibility. I grew up in New England. You weren't connected to an entertainment business. I didn't know anyone in an entertainment business. The idea of video games was something that I knew from the arcades. And I knew from the arcades because I had a paper route, right? When I was a kid delivering papers in New England, I remember, because I needed to make money. It was all about how do I make my own money, because my parents used to have that funny gag of like, oh, you like that? You want that? You can have anything you want with money. But they wouldn't buy it for me, so I had to get a job. And as a kid, the only job I could get was a paper route. But when you have a paper route, you get paid in quarters. You used to. So I'd deliver papers and I'd get paid in quarters. But I was in New England, and I remember when you passed the banks in the morning, it would have the temperature and the time. And sometimes it would be 15 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, and you're 12 years old delivering newspapers, with a sled, and you're all buckled up. And so you were freezing. And so with the quarters, you could get into a truck stop and you could play pinball. So you could have heat as long as you could keep playing before they'd throw you out. And so my first experience with video games was really through a paper route. And it was the beginning of the Atari days, the Midway days, and getting those, was it Taito games that were occasionally coming over from Japan. And I could get heat with quarters through playing games. And the other thing that they had was if you got the high score, the classic old video game leaderboard, if you got the high score, you might win a hamburger or an ice cream in the summer, or something warm to eat in the winter. And I really got into that, first seeking heat, as I was seeking money, and then I just really got into playing, and I loved the arcades. And then as I was getting into my teenage years, that's when the big arcade and roller skating was taking off, the 80s. Like I was in 1980, I was a freshman in high school. At that time, that's where the girls were. So my first association to video games was heat and quarters, right? Getting paid in quarters and buying quarter doses worth of heat as long as I could keep playing. And that started with pinball, but the Ataris and stuff was coming into the mix. The other types of Grand Prix and battle tanks and whatever it was called, were coming in, and I just loved it. I loved playing those video games. And now we started getting to, you're 14, you're 15, you're 16, well, everyone's trying to go to the arcade roller skating rink on Friday, Saturday night, because that's where the girls were, right? So you were using games, so the two-player game like Joust, or Asteroids, 2 players that had the Star Trek one, I forget what it was called. If you could dominate the 2-player machine, then you could be like, hey, you want? I'll play you. And the best one was when you sat tabletop across. Like if you had a fake ID and you could get into a bar and they had Missile Command, or by this time it's like Missile Command, then you could really own that station for a little while. But if the right girl was in the place, you'd be like, hey, you want to play with me? It was a real entree to meeting girls. And that's just the truth. What's funny, and later in life, when we came to release Abe's Odyssey, there was a Japanese company starting up. It was called GameBank, and it was owned by the founder of SoftBank. And he was going to make a big game distribution company as big as he had done the software distribution company. This is Masayoshi-san. Masayoshi-san, sorry. He was the richest man in Japan. And so they were going to distribute our game as one of the launches of their new service, GameBank. And so he took Sherry and I, my partner, Sherry McKenna, who co-founded the company with me, he took us out to dinner in Japan. So we're having dinner now because of Abe's Odyssey with the richest man in Japan. It was like being with Bill Gates in a restaurant. It was crazy. And he tells me his story of how he made his first $1 million, which is kind of interesting because these things always correlate, right? And what it was he made his first $1 million on Pong machines. He was a student at Stanford. By the time he graduated, he had 100 patents to his name. He was a brilliant young guy. And he would go back to Japan to go home on the holidays, and he noticed that there were some warehouses full of these old machines, of Pong machines, that no one was selling. And he was like, wait a minute. He negotiated a deal where he would get the machines for free sent back to the U.S., and he promised that he could pay the people who owned those machines in the future. And so he managed to get these Pong machines sent back to California. There was the cross seat, because he recognized that that was the best way to date. That was the best way to make girls, was when you were sitting on a tabletop 2-player game machine. And so he started bringing back one to test it. He brought one machine back to Stanford University, where he was, and he convinced the owner of the cafe, of the restaurant bar on campus, to put in one of these machines. And that was going good. He said the first day he put it in, it's like getting 11 p.m. at night, and he's getting an emergency call from the cafe owner. He's going, "You got to come down here. The machine's broken." He goes, "I'm terrified. I'm thinking it caught fire, and now I don't have any insurance, and I'm going to burn down this building, and this is just a mess." But what had happened was it was jammed full of quarters because it was already full, right, in one day. And the reason it was full is because these machines, these tabletops sit across two-player, it was the way to meet girls. And he was like, this is how I was going to meet girls. So he wasn't even thinking, like, this is a huge business. He was like, this is a great way to meet girls. And right now, there's not any of these in the cafes, so we need them. Well, when that took off and became a big success, then he brought all the machines over, convinced the local colleges and stuff to take these machines, and that's how he made his first $1 million before he even graduated, which is kind of a fascinating story. And he was a fascinating guy who was really kind of a geeky gamer too. Like, he was like, "Oh, you know, you should have Abe say more things. You should do this. You should do that." His feedback was dead on and right on with the games. It's just a funny story about how dating and arcade machines shaped people's lives. So I was like, wow, Masayoshi-san had a similar story of why he was interested in games too. But he made more money on it by that point than I had. Two-player cross-facing have gotten more geeks laid than probably any other single device in history, aside from alcohol. You know, you saw how it started off for me with coins and paper routes, and that led to arcades and girls, but then something really amazing happened. And my dad at the time was working at this company called Coleco. They had just had this huge hit with Cabbage Patch Kids. Huge hit. Right? Massive lines on Black Friday at the Christmas. It was crazy. People rioting to get the right one. It was nuts. But anyway, he was telling us that he was working on this new game machine that was basically going to bring the video arcade into the house. I wasn't paying attention to what was going on with the very early Nintendo. I wasn't paying attention so much to the early Pong machine. I found it interesting. It was still like one machine per thing that you played at the house. You had Pong or you had pinball, and that box was that game, right? It was pretty much how it was in that day. Then ColecoVision was like this. It was going to have color, and it was going to come with more cartridges, and you could get a wider variety of games, and they were closer to arcade quality. And that was really interesting. But my brother and I, he was 3 years older than I, we were like, huh. So basically, we're going to get the arcade for the house, which means we can invite girls over the house to play. So yes, Dad, we definitely want one of those Coleco machines, right? And it became called ColecoVision. And then that was a two-player thing. And that was really, it was like, oh yes, definitely, I want an arcade machine for the home now, because especially if it's two players, because like that was a great way. It was a great way to like date, right? So yeah, we could play some games, we could do this and that. So the primal needs driving the appetite. But that was really when I started getting interested at playing a home machine, because most of the time I was just trying to get out of the house because it wasn't that wonderful an environment to be in, my household. My parents were divorced, so I still got along with my dad, and he's building the ColecoVision now. And when that came out, it was very interesting to start playing. It kind of worked out. You know, it worked out in all the ways I hoped. And it was really interesting, but I still didn't have any idea that this was something I would do. Not that long before, I got my first book, and that's what started this collection. And my dad gave it to me, and it was The Art of Star Wars. And it was, you know, all of Ralph McQuarrie's art and all the guys up there, that compilation of the first book. And that completely blew me away. I hadn't realized that these fantasy drawings that I like to do, and if I had a skill as a kid, it was always art. Like, I always excelled in art, and it just came very naturally, and I love to draw, and I love to paint and do these things. As this new tech is coming out with video games, I'm still not getting it, but with The Art of Star Wars, I'm for the first time seeing movies that are like, wow, creatures and cool stuff and samurai monks in space. You know, I was so blown away. But when I saw the art of it and I saw how it was created, that was like the first real art of book that came out of the film industry that I recall. And through that, I was just completely inspired, especially by Ralph McQuarrie's drawings and all his drawings and paintings. And I was like, wow. And so I started thinking film. Now, we'll fast forward a little bit because, and I was pretty much a poor kid growing up, so I was...
It's been a while since I last saw anyone. I went halfway around the world to find anything at all. The search for a cure is killing me. There was a sickness inside them that made them aggressive. My daughter caught the infection, and I've been treating her ever since.
Always driven by, like, how am I going to survive in the world? And when you live in cold climates, it makes you a little more ambitious than being somewhere where it's warm all season long. You're like, I could freeze to death this winter. So I was really motivated to figure out a path in life where I could actually, make money and be happy and have good things in life. So I was still like, where do I go? And I figured, well, I know how to paint. I could become an illustrator. But because I was from New England, I didn't know anything about how to get in an entertainment business, how it worked. I didn't have any connections to it. So at first I'm just like, I got to figure out how to make a living through art. And so I went to school in New York City, the School of Visual Arts, and I started focusing on photorealistic painting. With photorealism, that actually really became a stepping stone to everything that I do today. Because I think the most important thing that came with that is you have to learn how to look at what's really there, not what you think is there. And if you get into people, particularly artists, and you go to like the best art schools and stuff like this, you'll be amazed. I walked into a class one time, and it was about 40 people in the class, and every one of them was doing a perfect photorealistic painting. Like, it was a science. And I was like, oh my God, it wasn't that everyone was so particularly talented, it's that they were trained in the science of deducting what they see, of deducing what they really see versus what you think you see. And in that, I started honing my skills, but I started looking at everything differently. And I remember there was a painter that we had at the time. His name was Michael Diaz, and he was one of the greatest photorealist illustrators alive. Oils and glaze paintings, and just sick detail and realism. He was telling us, once you learn how to think like this, to see what's there, it's going to affect everything you see in life. Which reminded me of something later that I learned in a computer programming course, which was once you start to understand how to hierarchically think in terms of mind maps and stuff for code, it will affect the way you see everything in life. And what I found out with painting was that what people think they see is not what they're actually seeing. And I had to get trained to do this, and they'll call it drawing from the right side of the brain, whatever. And they think it's a straight line, but it's not actually a straight line, it's actually on an angle. And if they don't get that right, the painting will never look right. So you really learn this deducing what your brain symbolizes, what you thought you saw, to having the skills to sort of start to analyze that into what's really there. And this then shapes how you see the world. It's not that different from politics or whatever's going on, news, and you go, that's what everyone's seeing and they think is there, but what's really going on? And so it just gets this different way of thinking, a different way of looking at stuff, and photorealism did that for me. But I'm still not thinking how that's going to get me into games, because I'm still thinking games are still so simple looking, and I'm thinking I want to make Star Wars type of stuff, I'm in New York, and I'm working on photorealism, and to make money, I had any kind of jobs I would take, but one of them was photo retouching. And I got a job because I had become pretty well versed in airbrushing, and I got a job working for some photographers that did a lot of photographic work for like Mary Kay Cosmetics and cosmetics advertising and stuff like this. And what I used to have to do was retouch on the actual photo print. I had to retouch and take out the pimples and take out the mole or take out the wrinkle or whatever was wrong with the perfect girl, right? This is 1984 and 5, yeah, before Photoshop, long before Photoshop, yeah. Well, at least 4 years before Photoshop. But what there was the Quantel paint box. Some of you may remember that in the day, but I had never seen it. And I had an invitation to go see a company called Charlex in New York. And they had just made a video called The Cars, I think it was You Might Think I'm Crazy. And it was one of the first digitally composited, everything was digital. And it was a girl and things moving across. It was like all this new type of effects that you didn't see before. I got invited to go down to the company to see it in the morning. It was like a 9 a.m. appointment in New York. But I was up till about 6 a.m. trying to match the color of a model's face, and I just couldn't do it, right? And I had acrylic paints, and I was tinting them with different types of inks, and every time I did it, it was wrong. And every time it just looked like makeup, but it didn't. My job as the photo retoucher was the photographer would take my picture, hold it up to the light, and if they couldn't tell where the retouching was, then it was okay. So that if they're like this, and they're like, doesn't look retouched, one thing was good, and then they hold it up to the light, and then you could see all the paint work and all this shining through the paper. So I could not match this skin tone, and I was working on it from about 1 a.m. till 6. So it was like 5 hours of constant failure of trying to match a paint color perfectly to the photograph. But I didn't want to miss that important appointment in the morning, so I got like 3 hours sleep, and I get to Charlex, and the first demonstration, they go, this is the Quantel paint box, and this is an amazing machine, and let us show you, because hey, look at this. We have this model's face in the computer. And look, but she's got a pimple where she shouldn't. And so we want to take that out. And the guy went, touch. And he touched it, got the exact paint color, and then he painted it over the pimple area, and it was gone. And I was like, oh my God, I'm out of business. Like, I haven't even started yet, and I'm not going to have a career. You know, because I just saw that what I just spent 6 hours on the night before and stayed up all night, the guy did it in less than 2 seconds. It was like, click, paint, gone. And that just blew my mind, like in a terrifying way. It blew my mind. And I was like, oh my God, I've got to rethink everything I think I'm doing. Like, what is really going on with computers? Now, my father was trying to get me hip to computers for the last several years. You know, he's going, you should really pay attention to this. And at the time, the only thing you saw in art school with computers was like the printing department might have had a digital typesetting. And it was archaic and terrible, and it was just so archaic, the software needed for that. I was like, this stuff I have no interest in this stuff. But when I saw that moment, I started getting really interested. And then my father started sending me videos of what these Hollywood companies were doing. In particular, Digital Productions and Robert Abel and Associates was the two companies in Hollywood that were really blazing the computer animation for commercials and films. And they did like The Last Starfighter. And he's sending me these HBO specials where they're interviewing this woman who is running these companies, and she's talking about the Cray XMP and their $12 million computer that they needed to render out The Last Starfighter and all this stuff. It just so happened that was Sherry McKenna. That's who would become my partner, who I had no idea it was yet. And I was still a student in New York, and she was running Hollywood effects companies. And I had no idea. I was like, wow, I was just fascinated. But through those videos and those HBO specials, I realized computer animation is the future. Now, what I was thinking up until that moment, I was like, well, if I can take my painting skills, and instead of doing advertisements for Madison Avenue in New York, I could be doing maybe working at ILM and film companies on the West Coast. I immediately started really researching, like, what do map painters do? Like, really? And another book came out, which was ILM, The History of ILM, and it was about that thick, and it was just this amazing book, and it was like $100, you know, and I remember saving months to get it, because $100 was a lot of money to me then. So I got that book, and then it was like showing you how they did all these movies that they did, and all the artwork involved, and the model shops, and people looked like they were having a great time, you know, and all this stuff, and I was like, how do I get there? So I was seeing how I would take painting and catapult painting to maybe be a matte painter and get myself into the film effects business where I could create these worlds. Now let me rewind a second. Because creating worlds was really important to me, and because the childhood was not a really happy one. My brother, who is 3 years older, he's dead now. He died of severe alcoholism at 47 years old, and I could have easily taken that route too, but rather have conditions beat me. I decided I was going to be a fighter and beat conditions, so I just wanted to succeed and take off in the world, and I didn't want to be bogged down by all the issues that we had as kids. No, this was my whole life growing up. So my parents got divorced when I was really young, and then, you know, my parents were probably too young to have kids. And then you just go through a lot of the baggage that a lot of people have suffered worse face as kids, but ours was not a really thrilling household. And my mother married a Teamster Marine, and he was not a nice guy. I was creating these worlds to escape. And I remember, because I used to always put on a certain album. I used to, like, you know, if you took a bath, then you could lock the bathroom. You know, and when you're in small apartments with lots of people, in our case, it was small apartments, only 4 people, but that was still like, it was pretty unpleasant, but you could find some piece in the bathroom if you like took a bath or something. So I would take a bath just to get away from it all. But I remember I would always play the Yes album. Fragile was the album, and it was these songs that just would create for me these worlds of fantasy. And it was that and Pink Floyd, and I would put on like Pink Floyd Animals and Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, and these albums, and The Wall had just recently come out, and these were like they just inspired the visions of worlds for me. So as an artist, I was, as a younger person, I was drawing guys with battle axes and dragons and all the things that boys love to draw, but I didn't have any idea of like how that would really connect to my experience as a human being and how that could inspire. people in a different way artistically. It was really about making money, figuring out a way to not be homeless, and figuring out a way to exercise your craft and trying, I was figuring out, wow, maybe I can get into film through matte painting. And as I was on that journey of realizing I'm going to go to LA and I'm going to go back to school, from the art school in New York, I'm going to go to a different type of art school. So I went to Cal Arts in Valencia, California, LA, and started studying film and animation. So I was like, well, whatever I do, I have to understand, I have the kind of mind where I have to understand how it really works before I do it. So like as an airbrush artist, I was told once, if you want to be good at this, you need to go home, take the airbrush apart 100%, put it back together, do that 10 times, and then you can start using it. Because if you don't understand how it really works, you're not going to understand how to really use it. And now I believed that the same would be true with computers. So I didn't know anything. So over the summer before I come to California, I'm teaching myself typing tutor. I bought an Amiga. So I'm like, trying to learn and get up before I get out to California and try and, get to school. At least I'll know how to type. So from New York, I packed my bags. I moved to California. I still think I might be a matte painter on the way in because I didn't know how hard it was going to be to get into computer graphics. And at the time, everyone in computer graphics had a computer science degree. And when I came out and showed my paintings and stuff, they went, oh, you don't want to be an animator, you want to be an art director because you don't have a computer science degree to be an animator. Like if you ever get a chance to interview John Lasseter or something, he'll tell you the history of this because he was one of the very first that was actually trained as an animator out of Cal Arts that then went into computer animation. So it was an interesting history where they didn't think artists really had much of a role in even computer animation. It was like you just had to be a computer scientist who had more of an interest in film. Yeah, I was like, no, I want to learn this. And they're like, yeah, no. And so I couldn't get a job, right? But I was learning the software intensely, which at the time a company called Wavefront had just emerged. And if you go back enough in time, it was the predecessor what would eventually become Maya. So it was called Wavefront. And that software existed at the school. And I remember I had a girlfriend had come out, and she was visiting me over Christmas. And this is what kind of a jerk I was, really, because I was like, oh, great, babe, you're coming, that's great. But, on Christmas Eve, there's this thing I got to do. But you can come with me. And the thing I had to do was, so I'm in LA, and I can't get a job, and a writer's strike happened. And so now Hollywood's dead. And this is 1987. 87, 88, writer's strike just kills all the computer graphics work. The big companies went out of business. It was very difficult to get any type of work in Hollywood for anybody because of this writer's strike. And I'm living off credit cards, literally. But I had been learning this software and trying to make my own little student film out of it and staying up all night to get the computer time because the teachers were stealing all the computer time and not the students who were paying the tuitions. And at the time, manuals was really sacred. Like, you could not copy a manual of that software because at the time, that software was like $80,000. And if you had a computer to run it, that was another $80,000. So just to sit behind that terminal and do your work was $160,000. And who had that, right? So on Christmas Eve was the one day I knew that I could sneak into that lab and Xerox copy all those manuals and take them home illegally. But that's how I knew if I did that, I was anticipating the job I had applied for and was expected to be hired for, but I didn't yet have the skills and I lied my way in, right? But I had a little bit of crazy stuff that I was showing that was done in Wavefront software, and no one knew these tools at that time. I mean, we're talking, it's 1989 by now. It was only the people working at 2 or 3 companies that knew computer graphics. And then the rest might have had some hobbyist type of tool that was running on their Mac or something, but it wasn't really legit. It wasn't the deep stuff that movies were being made out of. And that was only the occasional shot, the James Cameron's occasional water weenie shot in The Abyss, or The Last Starfighter had a lot of computer graphics in it, but it was few and far in between, right? Star Trek had a little bit of computer graphics. Star Wars had a little bit of computer graphics, but for the most part, no one was making movies of them yet. Toy Story hadn't been made yet. So the call I got was from TRW Aerospace. I get this call, and the guy goes, hey, we heard you know how to use Wavefront software. And I'm going, yeah. And he goes, well, we're TRW Aerospace. We're short on something. We have a visualization lab. Would you like to come join us? Would you like to come down for an interview? And I was like, Yeah. And the guy on the phone says, what the fuck are you waiting for? Come down here. And I was like, who is this place, right? This is like one of the biggest military industrial complex companies in the world, because through SIGGRAPH, they were like, we need a guy who knows this. And they're like, well, you know, everyone's got, the few people that had them did have jobs. But then, so they call me out of the blue, and I'm living on credit cards, right? So I go down and I show them this little, no, she wasn't there yet. She wasn't there yet, right? So I applied, but I hadn't quite exactly been hired yet. And that was right at the Christmas break. So I sold them a bill of goods I didn't really have. But I knew that over Christmas break, I could get that one opportunity to sneak in and Xerox the manuals, but that would take me all night. But at least I could do it, and my girlfriend was present for that, which didn't go so well. But I got the manuals. I now have the manuals to Wavefront, and I had a little bit of a demonstration. And the demonstration is what I showed them. And they said, okay, show us what you got. And they had all these renderings of satellites and shit like that. And I said, well, I'm working on this little thing, you know, it's not even rendered yet, but I have these little digital head sperms that are swimming. And they said, oh, okay, let's see it. And it was a sperm, and it was swimming perfectly like a sperm, right? And they go, how'd you do that? And I said, I just did this in an old classic animated way. I digitized the separate model for every frame of the thing, and then I built all separate models, and now it's swimming like this. And they had not thought that was possible in the software, because there wasn't IK yet. Imagine that. It was not inverse kinematics yet, which is the bone structures for... And there was a lot of things. So this was an old animation trick being used with new tools. And they looked at it and they go, that looks completely soft and alive. We haven't seen anything like that. We can only give you $75 an hour. Right? And I was like, man, I was on a limit and my visa was getting low, right? And I was like, I could do that, right? And they said, okay, well, we need to check on a couple things and we need to investigate you a little. Clearance. But, you know, let's come back after Christmas break. So I'm like, oh, I gotta get this job, and I gotta Xerox those manuals, and after Christmas break. What the job was visualizing the weapon system underneath Reagan for Star Wars, right? For the Star Wars weapon system that was one of the reasons why the Russians decided, the Soviets decided we shouldn't keep this war up, because we can't compete with that. And that gave me another insight when we talk about painting, photorealistic painting. You see things the rest of the world doesn't see. On that note, I'll just say, for example, today when we look at the landscape of what we think is real, we'll see commentators in the news asking heads of governments, should we put weapons in space? Right? Now, if you really know what's going on, you know that's a totally irrelevant question. Right? That's like saying, should we eat? Well, we've been eating for a while. Right? Should we do this? So you realize, okay, there's different worlds. Like my dad knew this because he was around it all the time. He was in nuclear subs. He used to have my mother save newspapers when he was away at sea. And this is a period when they were still just testing, like, can we leave guys underneath the ice in the Arctic for 3 months? Like, can they take it? So he was in those tests. So I wouldn't see him over periods of time. When we were still together, when I was like less than 6 years old, right? And then later I'd ask him things about, why do you save all these newspapers? Because the stack would be like this high by the time he came back, right? He goes, why, that's the funnies. And I was like, no, the funnies is only in Sunday. He goes, no, they're all funny. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, well, I've seen a lot of things in the world. And I get a kick out of how they report them, because I've never seen what happened and how it was reported be the same thing. Right? And I was like, well, what do you mean? And one time he had told me, he said, well, there's things like, sometimes you'll read about a world leader died, but maybe he just got a submarine ride somewhere. Right? And I was like, what? And he would never tell me anything, but he'd give me these hints, you know? And then when I got into aerospace and working on the weapons programs, the really advanced weapons programs, and the weapons programs we worked in were particularly interesting. I think this is, you know, it's maybe related to the stuff, so I'll share it. Normally in military technology, it's all what we call mil-spec and compartmentalized. So the mil-spec is the standard of every nut and bolt and every possible wrench and every possible tool and every size and every fitting, military spec. And if everyone's adhering to that spec, then you should be able to build something where everyone involved doesn't even know what it is. And that was really interesting to me because it taught me to think about that way for game development as well. If we mil-spec, if we create good specs, then we should be able to have large teams of people working on really complicated stuff, but it should be able to come together better. And the military was already practicing this, right? They developed the term mil-spec. The concepts that we were dealing with were so out there that the generals in the Pentagon no longer understood what the hell the scientists were talking about. They didn't understand. They understood tanks and bombs and...
Darkness was bad. Light is good. We followed it because our chosen said so. It made sense. I stopped. I was fed up with doing their dirty work. I lived my life, and then when light came knocking, I answered because I liked their side better. Trust in the gods, but remain vigilant. Follow your divine path and search for the truth.
Ah, chosen, finally.
Tell me,
whose path do you walk, chosen?
planes and guns and bullets, but they didn't understand this stuff. What TRW started doing, and the person I worked for was doing, was they created a visualization lab that had 5 people in it. I was the 5th. That was visualizing how these systems worked so that the generals could understand them. And if that worked, if that communication worked, then they'd get like a $3 billion contract. So what I call commercials for 5 people, commercials for a boardroom. And if it got approved, it was big money. And so every project that we started visualizing, that we visualized, got awarded from the Pentagon. Every single one. So all of a sudden, visualization was taking this massive value. Didn't mean it was necessarily the best ideas, but it was the ideas they could understand because they saw how it worked. And we're talking some really sophisticated shit, right? It's not bombs and bullets. It's way different, like sci-fi different. So what was interesting, though, is the scientists, normally those projects are compartmentalized. And my brother, who was a Class A machinist, who worked for Pratt & Whitney and Bell Helicopter and different places like that. I think he worked for Bell, but he definitely worked for Pratt & Whitney. At different times, he worked for different places. I was like, what are you working on now? He goes, I don't know, something to do with a launch system on a tank, but I have no idea how it connects. We're just following the spec. He, for his career, was always working on stuff like that. And I knew other people doing jobs like that, and they never knew what they were really working on. Our case was different. We saw the blueprints of everything about how the final product needed to work and how everything within it worked, because our job was to visualize that to show to some general who's going to make a big multi-billion-dollar decision, right? And that was really interesting because it was like, how informative can infographics be? How informative can storytelling of visuals be? And you're like, very important to our world. So for me, that strengthened another level of like visual communication is more powerful than I even really thought. That led to, how do we pre-visualize a job? How do we shave costs on this? How do we do this and that? How do we go from, other economic exchanges like at Rhythm and Hughes, $1 million a minute was what we were charging for film later when I was working there, versus how are we going to do 18 minutes of linear sequences for Abe's Odyssey at $500,000, right? Like those ratios. How are we going to do this? Mil specs and visualization, right? Better visualization. So those traits would later carry over. And the way I was looking at these things in life was, whatever you do, just try to somehow align. Like I was actually really opposed to the military-industrial complex. I was really opposed to the idea of war. Yeah, it was really, my dad was a really good guy. He was a patriot, really solid guy. I grew up on a military base. These were good people. But the idea, I thought they were all being played by larger puppets that are causing wars and wreaking havoc on the planet and all this shit. I still believe that. But at the time, I was like, well, here's this offering, and it's on my plate. Philosophically, I have a big problem with this. I have a big problem with the idea of war, right? Like, I think we're more evolved. We shouldn't be tolerating that anymore, but I need to eat. This landed in my lap. Am I going to take it? And I already had all these preconceived notions of what I thought people who worked in these types of industries would be like, And I said, I got to have a more open mind, and this is just what I have to do. So I'm not a Christian, but like they say, Jesus made crosses, right? Like that was one of the business. Didn't necessarily believe in that, but had to put food on the table, right? And so I was like, well, I have to take this opportunity and sort of grow up a little. I can't just have the stigma that I view this at. I gotta have an open mind. And I'm glad I did, because I met some amazing people that I would carry on relationships with forever. And I got some insight that really changed the way I perceive a lot of that. In terms of who are the people, what are they doing, what kind of personalities, are they all warmongers, or are they all paranoid, or are they all evangelistic, or what is going on? And what I found was it's just a lot of decent people making their living, like everything else. So that was kind of a good thing for a young kid who knew it all, had a lot of opinions and all. But I also saw there the power of visualization. And in seeing the power of visualization, it also turned me on to something that was priceless, which was I got to interact with some of the most advanced military simulators of the day. So I got to go in and have some combat missions with guys that were in these $14 million Evans and Sutherland's full dome simulators of F-14s and tanks and things like that. And when you saw that in the 1980s, you were like, this is the future. I am in this cockpit, and I'm going to try and land on an aircraft carrier, right? And it's down there, and I got other good things going on, and it was fully 100% immersive. It wasn't VR, but you were in a $14 million, virtual simulator that would also be simulating G-forces and stuff. So it was really sophisticated stuff. Sometimes the centrifuge simulators, they would start spinning you, and then they'd rock your body so that you'd take maximum G-force as you're flying. Really profound technology. So that gave me a lot of glimpses into what was happening with computer graphics and technology, how it was communicating to people as a visualization. And at the same time, I'm studying film, and I'm studying the history of film, and I'm reading the stories of George Lucas and Walt Disney, and they had created the worlds that I was most interested in. And as a kid, because I wasn't a really happy kid, I spent a lot of time in nature. And I just felt like I got answers from nature that I wasn't getting from people. Like I got answers from being on a stream with a creek with turtles and frogs and whatever else was going on and fishing that was different, and it was really clear. So when I saw Star Wars that first time, I was like, Yoda, right? It was actually part 2, right? But the Empire Strikes Back was like, Yoda, that's my religion. That's my religion right there. Yoda's talking my religion, right? The others have failed me. I don't buy into this. I don't buy into that. They're all too dogmatic. They're all too opinionated. They all have this and that, other whatever. I was being critical about them. But when I saw that, I was like, I believe that. I believe we don't have all the answers, but it's somewhere in there. And these mystical kung fu types of guys, they understand some of this stuff. And then the other, you know, the hillbillies that are too much with the animal, they understand this stuff. And the indigenous cultures with the shamans and the healing, they understand this stuff. And Star Wars is kind of encapsulating this brilliantly. And so I already felt like I understood a basic truth about nature that fewer people were encountering because it was becoming less and less. But in the woods of New England, like I got a really heavy dose of this. And that's where I would go for my therapy, was into the woods alone. And it was miraculous. It was amazing. And I don't know what would have happened if that wasn't there for me, but it shaped my life in terms of the beauty and the power of just observing nature and being connected to it that way and being humble to it versus the challenges we're going to have life in the real world and what you read from books or what you read through experience. It was a very different type of experience. So when I saw Yoda, I was like, this film, Yoda kind of saved my life in terms of giving me hope and letting me look at things in a way where I didn't feel as alone in the way I viewed the world. Is I was resonating more with this sort of Jedi idea, and not like I thought I was tough or anything, not about that, but just like this relationship to nature and how we can help ourselves find our way through that. So now, as a creative person, I'm really getting into studying storytelling and writing and the people who had created big IPs that they were able to live with for life. So that was Lucas and Disney and Hanna-Barbera and Jim Henson and Dr. Seuss, you know. And that world seemed to be getting lost today as I was observing how Hollywood worked, because after TRW, I was able to use the work of the weapons to get myself a job at Rhythm and Hughes, which was, you know, one of the most glorious Academy Award-winning visual effects companies that went out of business just not that long ago, but, you know, won lots of Academy Awards. So the military work actually got me into the place I wanted to be, even though no one ever would have said, well, go to the military first, and then you come over. How long were you in Only about a year. You know, but it was all like 4 to 8 week projects. So we did a number of those projects in really dense period. And then I catapulted that work into a reel that would get me a job at Rhythm Hughes, who wouldn't hire me before. Getting into Hollywood was all about your reel. No one cared what school you came from. No one cared if you had a degree. That would have been the most worthless thing you could try to show someone. Where's the work? Where's your work on the screen? It was good enough to get a job. Right? It was good enough to get a job, and they were like, he's an asshole. He seems like an asshole, but the work's pretty good, so let's hire him. And I remember they asked me, they said, where do you want to be in 5 years? Where do you see yourself being in 5 years? And I said, running my own company, doing work like this, right? And they were like, the guy's an asshole. 5 years later, we started Oddworld. So I got into Rhythm Hughes at a modeler job, right? And that's kind of the bottom of the totem pole in CG, right? But I was like, got in. In a very short time, it was like modeling, animation, you know, lead technical director. This is then art director, and then eventually, so in 5 years, I went from the bottom to visual effects supervisor.
Is that unprecedented? That's a fast rise.
For there it was, because they didn't even want me being an art director. She had to manipulate that behind the scenes. After I convinced her to go there from Universal, stop being the client and come to Rhythm Hughes, and maybe we'd be the first ones to make a motion picture before Pixar did, but Pixar pulled it off first. So in 5 years, I had a pretty big insecurity about my own knowledge of computer graphics at the time, because I was really what would be considered the second wave generation of people. The first wave was Sherry's, her crews and her people. And then I'm coming in and I'm like this new wave, the second wave. So the first wave was like Ed Catmull, Alvy Ray Smith, John Lasseter, Sherry McKenna, Bob Abel, John Whitney, these people who had these effects companies in the day. I'm coming in, they've already been doing this now almost 10 years. From the really hard stuff to the software is getting better, the imagery is getting better. And in some ways it's getting easier because it's just not as cryptic as it used to be. As I'm watching this sort of progress as a story capability, and I'm learning, like, I really want to create these alternative universes. I want to start with this one that would later come to be called Oddworld. But it started from all kinds of fragments of all different stories, all different characters, all different scenarios, and I just became a fiend on taking notes and leaving logs and building up sort of a body of ideas. And a lot of them had very similar themes. You know, and a lot of those themes was things I had experienced in life. Like when I was in New England, my favorite thing was fishing, but I watched some of the most beautiful lakes I'd ever fished in my life still be equally as beautiful, but they were all dead now from acid rain. Like in the course of 1 to 2 years, China's coal had come over and it was raining down and killing all the fish in these lakes in Vermont. And that was in the early 80s that I saw that. I saw in the Connecticut River where there were certain species and then they were there no longer. And I was witnessing this impact of what were dams doing to rivers. How did that change the species? How did it change the migrational patterns? How did it cause species to go extinct? And I was getting this real deeper relationship through experience of how temperamental our environment was versus the things we would do that would just cause massive disasters. On the other hand, when I was in New York paying for my college, because I had to pay for my own school, I had these summer jobs that I was working where I got a job where I could make $10 an hour, as many hours as I could work through the summer, off the books, $10 cash an hour, working in the South Bronx, driving forklifts at the United States' largest trucking terminal in Fort Apache, the neighborhood of Fort Apache, which is where it was all burned out in the South Bronx. And it was just the worst neighborhood in the United States. And as I was there and started seeing how the food flow worked for the United States, I worked in a place called the Terminal Market. It was basically the center of the food distribution. Like, food came into there and then went out to the whole New York City area and surrounding areas. So I got to see real distribution of food and how sensitive it was. So from being there, I would see people that were starving, literally starving, eating dogs, cooking dogs. I've seen dogs on spits with people with bonfires on a road. This is United States, right? This is 1980s. No one was photographing this stuff. No one was covering it on the news. But you were looking at some real desperate shit right in New York City. And I didn't know that stuff was going on. And then we would have like food that would come in at times, entire truckloads of food, but it was perfectly ripe, which meant it should become an insurance job. Because by the time it gets to the store, it's probably not going to be good. So I would watch entire truckloads of food get destroyed. City workers would be paid off. Payloaders would pick it up real quick. They'd rather get the insurance because it's too ripe. This is as you're watching people on the other side of three razor-wired fences, like a prison, really have cars full of people living out of a car, whole families, and you can just look at them and know they're undernourished. And this wasn't heroin addicts with their kids. This was really just poverty people. You know, it wasn't like drugs and mental illness. It was just absolute poverty. And so this was like a huge conflict to my heart because I could see that here's all this food and it's being destroyed right in front of all these people that need it. And then I'd start understanding. I'd say to the shop foreman, like, why don't you just give it to these people? You let those guys in here, they're going to break the skids. They break the skids and everything's going to collapse. Everything collapses here, 6 guys are going to be on overtime. Company's not going to pay for it. We're screwed. Keep them away. That's your job. Keep them the fuck away. That was the mentality, right? And you'd be like, whoa. And you'd realize if we did that, we'd be out of business in a week. Like this kind of relationship. If we do that and there's anything wrong with what went there, we're now liable legally. So no. And I didn't have the answers. Like, I felt like I was fairly smart. And I looked at this problem of just food distribution, the temperamentalness of food, right, of perishables. I had no idea before how difficult it was to put food on plates when things are coming in from all over the world. What would happen to peppers because they came from Holland and customs would just rifle through the boxes and destroy the whole loads, don't give a shit. Companies would get 10% of the product, but the rest is 90% insurance claims because customs is just that crude and careless. Like, you're getting all these insights into the way the world works, and people don't have enough food, but we're throwing away tons of it. I mean, I've thrown away so much grapefruit one time. It was a perfectly ripe grapefruit, 3 tractor trailers. But that's a problem, right? Because the buyers aren't going to want perfectly ripe. They want pre-ripe. And so I was told, okay, these guys are going to come. When you see the city trucks, that's when we're ready. And as soon as that happens, you're going to empty the trucks and push the stuff off the docks. You got to empty 3 tractor trailers worth perfectly ripe, perfect cantaloupes. And you're going to push them off the edge. When that happened, a payloader would smash those cantaloupes and quickly put them in like real construction grade equipment, right? Real like in heavy industry equipment, not normal dump trucks. Like boom, and they're getting rid of it as quickly as possible before the inspectors in the state sees it because that's illegal. And I had a river flowing down the side of the docks that was about 1.5 feet deep of cantaloupe juice. And it was going on for like 200 yards. It was like, that's how many cantaloupes got crushed, and there's people starving on the other side. And I could look at it and I go, I just don't have a better idea. Like, this is a complicated world. These systems are really complicated, and I don't know the answers. So I became more humble to thinking I knew it all and that practices were insane. And then you realize this is just a really complicated planet, and everyone's dealing with all kinds of issues, and I don't have the answers. But it was really gut-wrenching to see and understand this, and I was interested in it philosophically, like, what am I observing here? You know, what's going on? You know, the people I would meet that were in their 50s and had never been outside a 6-block radius of where they grew up, just because they were in gangs and stuff, and they just never moved out of there. And it was before other things made it easier to get other places, you know, the 1980s. And so it was just like, wow, there's all this experience of the human condition that was affecting me because I just had that artistic spirit where I'm contemplating what I'm observing and wondering if there's a solution and coming up blank. And all of these things then into aerospace, weapons, space weapons, real population control type stuff. If you want to understand that stuff, get into research non-lethal weapons. Non-lethal is the really shady category. So you get into it sounds like a nicer thing, right? But really, really concerning stuff. Especially when you consider how it could be scaled, right? Like, how do we give a city a migraine headache? You know, how can you control things? So all these experiences are shaping the stories I want to tell. And my dad had sent me the Power of Myth series of the interviews with Joseph Campbell shot at Lucas Ranch. And for the first time, I'm learning that Lucas was actually thinking a lot like I was in a wider spectrum of things, of how do they make good stories? And the power of myth really shaped a lot of my thinking a lot, because I started realizing that instead of just drawing, guys with axes and dragons and prettier pictures, the role of art could play a much bigger role has played a much bigger role in the history of the world. And you can make money, or you can actually do that and make a difference. And then I was like, wait a minute, I learned how to read from Jim Henson and Sesame Street, not from school, from the TV through an entertainment product. And I just started thinking like, wow, the great stories shape our lives and we never forget them. And so I want to make great stories that are relevant and people can be inspired by rather than just distracted from. And a lot of our content today is just driven as ongoing, engaging distraction, but it's not necessarily offering back something nutritious that you say, when I played that game or when I watched that movie, it really helped me get through school, or it made me not jump off the cliff, or it did this or that. And I started to believe in the power of nutritious content. And I don't just mean the documentary or the holistic show, but it could be brutal content like 2001 or Apocalypse Now. That was really, you never forget the stuff once you saw it. So in that, I'm piecing together food, the burning of the Brazilian forest for the sake of cheap meat and Happy Meals, the irony that our world is being consumed by corporations that are chopping down the lungs of the planet but representing themselves with happy face logos. And that irony became sort of a signature of Oddworld. So I was like, okay, how do I take this stuff and put this together so I can make these stories?
This is the place? Doesn't look like much. Go take a look. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So who exactly is this guy? You're kidding. They're a fairy tale, Boston. Don't be an idiot.
I see. Open it. Wait. Do it. Can't believe this place is actually real. This makes no sense to me, Boston. But you might happen to be right. We've got one shot at this. I've got one shot at this. I know. I know. Here it is, the last one. We know that now.
Give it to me.
Give it to me. That's why I'm here.
The story goes like this. It's about a potato, let's call him Spud for now, who's from the potato capital of America, Idaho. The special potato falls off a truck on the way to Texas, somewhere around I-15 in Utah, along with his potato friends. Now, as I said, this potato is quite special. Instead of just giving up, dying on the side of the highway just like his buddies, Spud decides to take a journey into the Western world to become the best cowboy he can ever be.
These movie stories, because this is all I'm thinking about at the time, to be CG animated movies that one day we'll have the opportunity to make. I'm not thinking about games yet. I'm thinking about movies, but as I get into understanding how movies are made, and now I'm talking to art directors who work with Ridley Scott on the set of Blade Runner and the hell he went through, and then I was working with producers that were on Star Wars, and they were telling me the misery that George Lucas was put through, you know, like how terrible it was, how terrible Hollywood being a director could be, right? And I was like, wow, I don't know that I can get in. Like, I don't have family. I don't have a clique of people that I went to USC film school with that are all going to be writers and at this agency and agents, and I don't have any of that. So what's my real chances of becoming a film director in Hollywood? I was like, it's pretty slim, because it's more like buying a lottery ticket, right? There's a lot of great writers in Hollywood, they just never get their movies made. There's a lot of great directors, they just never get an opportunity. So Hollywood was more that like a lottery ratio of luck if you didn't have built-in, you know, connections to get there. And I didn't have that. You know, being someone that sort of always had that element of I'm only this far away from being on the street. I was like, there's gotta be a better sure bet way to actually get where I wanna get. And it's not that I need to make movies, but I need to tell stories and I need to create these worlds. And that's when it started dawning on me, because I was in Hollywood and I was working on certain projects. And the worst for me was when I was working with an art director that wasn't that good, who was the client, and then I had to compromise the quality I could deliver because basically the client didn't have as good a taste as I thought, or whatever my bias would be towards it, my judgment would be. But I was getting really frustrated. And then I was like, wait a minute. The simulators that I saw NES in 15 years. I figured that out.
What triggered that memory? What made you think of them as simulators? Was it a moment?
I'm going to tell you, but it's so one night at the time I designed Photoshop is still. I hear John Knowles working on it at ILM, but I haven't seen the tool yet. At Rhythm and Hues, we needed to make map paintings that could be composited digitally. So a digital paint system. So there were some guys, Steve Gray, who was a brilliant programmer, later would go on to found Heavy Iron Studios, later would go on to be head of worldwide development for Tencent, and still one of my oldest, most brilliant friends in the world. He was there, and he wrote the software with another guy named Marcel, and I was helping to design it. So as a painter, I'm now going, well, I only have a mouse and it's brutal, but make the tool work like this, make the tool work like that. So for the first time, they were working with someone who was actually a painter to tell them more of what they needed for the tools. And out of that, we were able to start getting 4,000 line paintings that we could composite with effect shots, and then we could do movie shots out of a digital painting rather than having to do a regular painting and then scan it in, which was how ILM was still doing it. Right, like glass map paintings and then scanning them in. So this is 89, 90, and we're developing this paint system now at Rhythm and Hues. It was one of the first things I came in and got attached to. And we started solving problems that the company wasn't even sure we could solve. I remember one night, one of the problems was John Hughes, the owner of Rhythm and Hues, one of the owners. He came up to me with a producer and said, we messed up on this shot. And we have a big circle vision Disney 8 cameras, 70mm film for a big attraction in Paris, Disneyland. And this is at a racetrack, and it's 360 degrees of 7 or 8 70mm screens. And one of the shots, the guy was in the car sitting in an Indy 500 type car, but he wasn't supposed to be, and all the cars are passing him in the background. And he's sitting in the car, and they got their sequencing wrong. They're like, he's not supposed to be in the shot. But that camera rig was like the size of a van. It was impossible to go redo the shot. They didn't know how to fix the shot. Today it's butter, right? But at that time, they were like, Lauren, can you see if we can do this shot? And I was like, okay. But being a painter and understanding the compositor and understanding the tools, they came in the morning. It wasn't a prototype. The shot was done. So I just had it running on the D1 recorder that they're like, where's the guy? He's just gone. Well, there's the car. You know, so I just painted the inside of the car that didn't exist when he was not in the car from another still that we had. And I took him out and then painted in and composited in all the, anyway, made the shot work. But it only took a night. But that was a shot that effects company didn't even know they could do. That's where the skills of painting and computer graphics was really coming together. Through painting, I just want to say, you learn how to understand the physics of light. So a photorealistic painter knows a lot more about light than a world-class photographer, and even a world-class cinematographer. Because the principles and the materials and the surfaces of all life happens naturally when they show up on the set. But in CG, you got to simulate it all. So if you don't know why the highlight on that pole is different than the highlight on this wood, is different than the highlight on that plastic, you can yell and scream all you want, but it's not going to get what you need to be, right? But being a painter, I understood those things. So these skills were really helping me sort of escalate my learning curve in Hollywood with the effects companies. And my other insecurity was that I didn't have enough knowledge and I needed to catch up. And so I had this work ethic where I said, well, if I work 40, 50 hours, everything was based on a 50-hour week, effects in games at that time, but effects too, everything was a 50-hour week. You didn't get a 40-hour salary week, you got a 50-hour salary week. When I was like, well, if I get a 70 to 75-hour weekend, then I'm gonna get 20 to 25 hours of extra experience per week. And maybe I can catch up on a couple years of the guys that are ahead of me a few years. And so I just had that kind of insane work ethic, and that's how I blazed it every time. So I'd go into on the weekends, and John Hughes would be there and be like, what are you doing here? I'd say, what are you doing here? And he'd say, I need to be here, but you don't. You should be home. You should be out having fun. And I was like, you should be home. You know, like, I wanna make this shot better. You know, that's why I'm here. And so we used to have this funny thing, because I'd always encounter him on the weekend, and I was always be there, and he would be there. But that was my work ethic towards it. And a lot of that was just driven out of insecurity that I didn't know as much as the generation of people before me. Putting all that together, how do we get to games? So simulators and computing power, and I'm getting disillusioned with the path to being a director. I'm getting disillusioned with understanding how Hollywood works. I'm going, a CG animated movie is going to cost at least $80 to $100 million. No one's taken the bet yet, and it doesn't look like they're going to take a bet for a while. Pixar cracked that boundary at that time, but no one else had. And as I was understanding the politics and the business of
Are you developing a new game? Are you struggling to get funds so you can hire external services to help improve your game? The end result is not what you dreamed of? Well, Kudo might be the solution. With Kudo, you can spend your earned tokens in a variety of gaming services that accept Kudo in exchange for their help. Hi there, I'm Diogo from Blockbusters and I'll show you how to hire a service in a B2B marketplace. As a game developer, there are several ways you can accumulate Kudo. Game activity, also known as network rewards, the amount of Kudo earned from in-app purchases in your games, and also the staking rewards that will be proportional to the amount you have staked in your game. You can use the Kudo tokens you earn in three ways. You can either invest it in your community by offering performance rewards, which can be rewarding players for certain achievements in your game or rewarding players when they beat their own or a global high score. You can also set your game to reward players who spot and report new bugs in your game, assuring you have a polished game with the help of your players' community. And last but not least, you can invest your Kudo tokens into improving your game with the help of professional service providers listed in the Kudo B2B marketplace. Let's imagine your game is already playable, but you are still lacking a proper promotional website to showcase your game. Or maybe your soundtrack comes from a free sound bank instead of having been done specifically for your game. And what about you Lone Rangers that master the art of 2D and 3D but not programming or vice versa? It can be quite frustrating, but don't worry. Today, you'll learn how to improve your game with the help of outsourced professionals from all around the world hired with the Kudo marketplace using your own Kudo tokens. Okay, now that you know what the Kudo B2B marketplace is all about, let's get to it. After you log in with your game developer account on the Kudo Games section, you will notice the marketplace icon here on the left. Great! Now you can check the full list of services on the Kudo marketplace and the people behind them to help you take your game to the next level. For instance, let's say your game, Ignite, is in desperate need of a website. So you will choose Website Development from Total Web. And it will open a pop-up with the service description and, of course, the price with approximate time it takes to be completed. It looks like this is exactly what you are looking for. So you select Hire Service. Now you can choose which wallet you want to use, which by default is the one where you receive the Kudo rewards. Awesome! You just accomplished the first step on your journey to take your game to the next level, and both you and the service provider received an email confirming the service. The service provider is expected to contact you to discuss the service details. After hiring the service, you can check its status on the Hired Service section. You'll be informed by email when the service changes status. Remember that you can contact the service provider at any time, even if the service was recently set as finished and you need to reopen it because something is not right yet. After the service is done, it will be moved to the closed service section, and now you can enjoy an improved version of your game that couldn't be achieved without the help of like-minded professionals in a fully decentralized collaborative way and using the Kudo tokens that we have been accumulating. I hope you enjoyed this video and join us if you haven't already at games.kudo.io. We're always available to help you in our Discord and Telegram channels. Bye!
The story goes like this. It's about a potato, let's call him Spud for now, who's from the potato capital of America, Idaho. The special potato falls off a truck on the way to Texas, somewhere around I-15 in Utah, along with his potato friends. Now, as I said, this potato is quite special. Instead of just giving up, dying on the side of the highway just like his buddies, Spud decides to take a journey into the Western world to become the best cowboy he can ever be.